Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Super 16 race. This is the 8th race in our series of Super 16 races. We've been doing this for 8 years now, I guess. I want to say hello to my co-commentators. We've got Yugariel and Fee. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yep, that's right. Hi, how's it going?
Hello.
All right, and we're off. So tell us a little bit about our first game in the list here.
So we have. Oh yeah.
Go for it. No, go for it.
Okay, well, we have Super Bomberman 3 because apparently we cannot get enough Super Bomberman in the Super 16.
Oh, I assure you, I can get enough for Bomberman in the Super 16. This game is it's a really interesting game to start off on because it is so luck dependent and really swingy if anything goes wrong. There's a lot of power-ups that you kind of need to go fast, and there's no RNG manip that I'm aware of, so you kind of just need to get lucky to have them turn up. And if you die, you lose them. So that's potentially going to be a major swing right at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, is there not RNG manip? I wonder about that because I thought there was some debate about whether there was, but it was just too. It was not the kind of thing you can really rely on in a race setting. But maybe I'm wrong about that.
To my knowledge, no. Looking at the world record, it seemed like the runner was still hunting. But
okay then.
I don't know. I know the whole thing about starting as player 2 to spawn on the right side of the screen instead of the left, which is generally preferable. The major thing is hoping for the right color of what are they called? Louis?
Yeah,
I believe, like the kangaroos that spawn from eggs. You really want the pink one because it can jump, and that enables several little mini sequence breaks, and also you can see Zetox got, I call her Momo because I needed something to keep these things straight, got our jumpy friend, and you can see that he can use her to like jump at the beginning, which helps keep him in iframes long enough for the bomb to trigger, and then he can just drop bombs you see there in the bottom right. You get the big chain explosion to begin with while you're still invincible, and that is a Pink Louis exclusive. Really helps clear out a lot of stuff very fast.
Yeah, it is not as easy to get the bomb chain as in other Super Bombermans in this game.
No, it's real dangerous and hard to actually set off.
But yeah, I think the only useful color Louis are the pink one because it can jump, and the green one because it can like dash, but the green one is very situational and not that useful either.
Yeah, the green one tends to be gone pretty fast because you can't actually stop the dash, it just goes to the end of the line. But it can be nice. I think the blue one is actually pretty okay too because it can kick bombs, which, I mean, obviously you've got the kick power up is a thing that you can get, but the Bluey can do the old traditional bouncing kicks that you see in other Super Bomberman games where you can bounce the bombs across the level geometry, and that can let you do some sequence breaking stuff, skipping over platforming or enemy dodging. Oh, that's the thing we didn't discuss, actually, something that makes this game a little bit unique. You don't actually have to kill all the enemies to clear stages in this game.
That's right, you only have to destroy the orange bulbs, I guess they are, light bulbs, things.
Yeah. The big glowy blow these up things. Once those are taken out, then that weird dome opens up and you can pick up the little crystal inside, and that's the goal. You can really see the power of Momo on Zatox's screen, even though he started off a fair bit behind the other runners due to poor item placement at the beginning. He is storming ahead of everybody because he can jump. Lucky.
Yep. What I think is interesting is that nobody got the same color on the 4 we have on screen.
There are 5 different colors of them. So it's tough to get the one you want.
Yeah, most of the time if you don't get the one you want, you would just get hit on purpose and pray for another egg so that you can try again.
Yeah, this one seems a little bit variable, even if you've practiced this a lot. I feel like this is kind of a funny one to start with because it's gonna really, it's not necessarily gonna be who's the best player. It's just gonna kind of separate people due to maybe some random luck a bit, and then we'll have to see how they recover in the next couple of games. Maybe kind of a controversial choice for a first game in the list, but we've been doing Super Bomberman as the start game for a couple of races now, so why stop now?
Exactly.
There's 2 more of these
I will pay you
things.
$5 American to never do it again.
Oh, wow, okay. 1 for each Super Bomberman game that will be in the Super 16 eventually.
Oh no.
But yes, we see Zatox and Stalkers 2 on World 2 already. Super Link Taylor going against the first boss. I don't think there's any manip or stun locks for bosses in this game, like there are in other Super Bomberman games.
Not really. They can move around just fine in iframes. So the only thing that you can really do with that fox boss is either set a row of bombs so that the chain will damage it wherever it goes, or the slightly better strat is to kick a bomb after waiting a second so that it goes off before it can throw its magical leaves, because if those hit your bombs, they'll turn into apples, which is bad because apples don't explode. That's a fun science fact for you. If it hits your Louie, it turns it into a turtle briefly, so instead of having superpowers and being fast, it just moves really slow, which is dangerous when you're trying to set off bombs. But for the most part, yeah, you just try to keep out of its way and put bombs where it's not throwing stuff, and then he goes down pretty fast. It's not the most dangerous boss. The second one is a bit more iffy. Also, these volcano levels are really scary. There's so many, like, if you see those flames jumping in between things, those are purely aesthetic. But sometimes fire will fall from the sky in these things, and there's just many more enemies and many more dangerous enemies that can be really, really annoying to deal with and terrifying if you're on a good run with a good Louie, because you could easily lose it. Through no fault of your own. You just wind up with one of those, like, little invisible chameleon dudes walking at you and you can't do anything about him. But as long as everything's calm.
Stalkers 2 and Zatox somehow really close, even though Zatox got the amazing RNG of getting the pink Louie right away.
Yeah, Stalkers 2 has been really aggressive. He's not been hunting down any major power-ups. Ooh, that's an exciting one. Zatox just got the spike bomb. I'm not gonna see a ton of use out of that, but oh yeah, you can see also the power of Momo there. Jumping over the rail geometry, so instead of having to ride the cart, you could just... But the spike bomb goes through obstacles. You can clear many blocks at once with it, which makes it incredibly dangerous. But it's fine because it's about to be replaced by the infinitely better... Wait for him to get it. Somewhere. There it is. Remote control bomb. The one that you control when it blows up.
The one where you have only yourself to blame if you blow yourself up.
Yep.
Exactly.
This is a great example on Soccer Stew's screen of how much faster the pink Louis can be. He's forced to take each one of these individual blocks out to climb down the stairs, and Zatox just jumped over, and now he's way ahead again. They're almost done, though.
Yeah, I
Just,
think Zatox is on 2-4.
Yep, so got to get through this one last level for him, and then the boss fight with the big angry volcano. And he cheated by jumping onto the goal from beneath it. Something no one else on our screen is going to be able to do. Since he held on to kick and he's got remote bombs, he should be through this pretty fast. What makes this guy really dangerous is that he can rain fire from the sky in a lot of random locations, and then he's also got a screen shaking attack where he shoots his hands out, and when he does that, it paralyzes you. So if you don't have remote bombs, then your setup can easily blow you up instead, since you won't be able to move around the corner out of the way of it. But yeah, no, with remote bombs, it's no big deal.
And that's Super Bomberman 3 from Zatox.
All right. Well, we have our first on-screen person moving on to the second game. I actually don't know. I haven't been looking at everyone else, but we have 16 entrants, so we're only seeing a quarter of the people on screen right now. If you in the chat want to do a little peeking at some of the other racers and let us know if somebody is ahead of one of the people we have on stream, you can let us know. But we will probably rotate around and not always just show the top 4 people. Maybe we'll try to keep the top 2 or 3 on there, but have another rotating one. But yeah, at some point in time, everyone in the race will get some screen time. That's what we aim for. All right, so we have a choice of character in Killer Instinct here. We have to defeat 3 opponents, and I'm gonna guess just about everyone is gonna pick the same character. Maybe I'm wrong.
You should see a pretty big spread, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, compared to other fighting games we've had in the Super 16, there's not really a clear top character in this game.
Based on what I was experimenting with, I think that Spinal and Orchid are the 2 fastest characters at the tippy top end because they have strong natural combos that hit the enemy down instead of up, which is good because it's a faster stand-up, but really it doesn't make that big a difference. This is another game that's actually pretty RNG dependent, so we've got 2 in a row to start off the race. Killer Instinct, like most fighting games, the speedruns, you will do some amount of manipulating the enemy AI and or just spam throwing, but Killer Instinct doesn't really have that. And even on the difficulty that they're playing on, sometimes the game will just decide that it's the enemy's turn, and they will combo breaker you and then just block everything perfectly and chain it into slamming you to death. No matter how well it seems everybody's doing, you could easily see, especially the 3rd character, win straight up and force them to redo.
Yeah, this does seem a bit more random than some of the other fighting games we've had in here. Often with fighting games, you'll find that the higher the difficulty level, the less random it is. Like, often the way they program these AIs is they basically write one AI for each character that just plays it really well. And in order to make the lesser levels, they just have it do something kind of random instead of the best thing. And that just means that it gets more random the lower the skill level. But I'm not sure that's necessarily true in this one.
It's definitely not.
We did give people the option of doing, 4 stars or above? Difficulty of 4 stars or above, but I'm not really sure if that's going to benefit them to go higher than 4 stars.
Oh, okay. Well, Zatox has managed it well. I shouldn't jinx him, but yeah, he managed it well, but he did draw a really bad third round opponent. Orchid is a nasty one, not just because she can really stomp your face in, but because she's one of the fighters who's on one of those like tower stages. And if you aren't careful and you do end the fight on a combo on the edge, she'll go flying off of it. And you don't actually get to the goal until after she does this whole big cutscene of flying down the top of the tower, landing on the streets below, and then going bleh. So it's like an extra 20-second time loss. That's just stage dependent. But he was good. He stayed conscious of it and brought her back to the middle to make sure that it couldn't happen. I think you are going to see Combo as the most popular character among the racers. It seemed to be what everybody was talking about using.
Yeah, probably because of the roll stun lock kind of thing that seems to deal quite a bit of damage.
Yeah.
So we have Phantom 2040 now.
The only game on this list, oh no, Battle Racers. This and Battle Racers, the two games on this list that I had not heard of.
This one's pretty fun, actually.
Yeah, so the fun thing about Phantom 2040 is that it has multiple routes that you can do. Like, every quote-unquote chapter, I don't know why I said quote-unquote, there are literally called chapters, but every chapter has like multiple options that you can do. Multiple routes for each level. Maybe you can go up and fight one boss, maybe you can go down and fight another boss. There are multiple things like that, and also there are lots of unlockables. It's very Metroidvania-like in that regard.
Yeah, and there's power-ups that you can get that like extend your grappling hook if you need that, which can enable you to reach more areas that help enable that. But there's a pretty clear fastest route in for the purposes of the speedrun, or our goal anyway. I don't know if there's a clear fastest route depending on category for the run itself, but
Yeah, so there's also a lot of movement tech. This is one of those games where you double tap to run, and sometimes getting hit or changing direction or things like that sometimes just slow you down for some reason. But the fun thing is that with the punch, if you punch in midair, you can get a kick that launches you forward. And I want to say that's probably the fastest way to move, at least for this goal.
Kicking is by far the fastest movement in the game, yeah. But it's dangerous because if you hit an enemy while you kick, you will bounce off of them and do a flip that will just halt your momentum completely. And it also makes it harder for you to control. You don't have any fine-line control of your jump movement at that point, so like if you hit a wall, that's also going to halt your momentum. So it's definitely the fastest way you can get through levels, but excuse me, you won't save any time on it until you get good at it and really understand the level geometry.
Oh,
Zaytox
got the
two
glitch.
different glitches there. You got the really cool one where you get pushed into the that pipe as it explodes, and it kind of knocks you out of the map geometry, and you by rhythmically hitting the punch button from there, you will slide up and toward the stage exit. But he also got there in the first place by utilizing a grapple hook extension where you hit jump in midair at the same time you hit the grapple hook button, and it briefly makes the cord longer so it can actually connect to the platform above. Otherwise, you have to do a long sequence of platforming to reach that same space. Ooh, Almac's a Glacius player. I haven't seen that.
Ooh.
That's spicy.
looking around at
One
the
other
other
thing to note
streams.
about. Oh, sorry. Go for
Go
it.
ahead. No, please.
Okay. Just one other thing to say about Phantom 2040 before it ends is that you do, when you die, spawn in place with full health and ammo. So depending on how you're doing, it can be something of a speed strat to just die to refresh. Stalkers 2's not. Is he gonna make it? No, he didn't.
Ooh,
He wound up moving in
close
the wrong
though.
direction when he initiated that glitch, so he's got to grapple. Okay, there he goes.
Very close though.
I'm not seeing anyone else on Phantom besides the 2 that we're watching right now.
Chad just told us that Chronones is on Phantom 2040 now.
I didn't get to that one. Or maybe I just checked before that happened. It takes these a while for me to load them. Okay, I'll put Chrono up.
But yeah, in chapter 2, we have to take a detour to get the invisibility cloak, I guess it is, something like that. To basically bypass a security camera at the beginning of the maximum building.
Yeah, it's like a story check. You can't enter this building without it, even though it doesn't really do anything. Makes you blink. I don't know.
Maybe you're invisible, I don't know.
The enemies don't seem to care.
But yeah, seems like Zatox is on the final boss of the goal.
Yep, this
Which
is it.
has,
Got the right pixel for the quick kill. You
Yep.
should be able to get a 2-cycle here. Yep, there he goes. Good job.
So the thing is, when correct me if I'm wrong, but when the bullet explodes and divides, I want to say that getting hit by that gets you off the hook or something similar.
It can, yes, if you are locked into an animation at the time, though it won't. So you can stabilize yourself by hitting an angle, and you'll be able to tank the shots okay.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, yeah, it'll knock you to the ground. And it's really annoying because getting on the ceiling at all requires that grapple hook extension glitch, which is, I want to say, same frame. I hate calling that a frame perfect trick because it's context sensitive to the 2 buttons you're pressing instead of like any more stage dependent thing, because there's a big window where you're high enough in your jump to hit it, but it's still not free because you have to press those 2 buttons in very like quick, 1 frame after the other sequence.
So, Doom, I think this is where you take the lead here, Fiesel. I don't know if anyone is more qualified than you to speak about this game.
Well, I'm sure there are, but as far as people here today, I guess this falls to me. Believe it or not, I did not pick this from the list. This was a pick by you, Gariel. All right, so Doom. This is a port of Doom. It is, I would say, it's trying its hardest. I don't know that. The fact is, it's not. The SNES is not really able to run this game, but they did the best they could. This was actually a project that I think was kind of written on spec. Like, I think that this was just a hobbyist who made this and then said, "Hey, do you guys want to release this because this actually works?" Actually, I think there's a good interview you can find about with the person who made this game. Really, the problem with it is that the frame rate is just really, really low. And there's a very long delay. There's a delay of maybe about a second in between maybe like 3/4 of a second between when you input and when you see something move. And the problem with the frame rate being very low is that you stick in the wall a lot because the collision detection runs very, very like infrequently. So sometimes you get so far into the wall before it detects a collision that it doesn't know how to resolve you out of it. Other than that, if you get used to that and just not touching the walls and recognizing when you've stuck and realizing you need to unstick, that is basically the strategy of this game. You're basically fighting the interface. Oh, right here on the bottom right, you're about to see a skip, maybe? Yep, so you can, if you get going fast enough, you can get along this little ledge right here and get in there, and you can skip a good portion of the level. That's really the only skip in this goal of episode 1 here. There aren't even a lot of shortcuts in this game in general. It is faster to move diagonally, to move forward and to strafe at the same time. That's the fastest movement method. There are, in other versions of Doom, there are faster movement methods, but that does not work here. The best you can do is just move diagonally. Another thing that makes this game unique, and I'm not sure if we'll see anyone do this, but this port of the game is the only port of the game where you can see the enemies in the map screen, and you can move in the map screen, and the map screen updates as you move. Other versions of the game will have some of those features, but not all of them. But in this version of the game, this is the only one in which you can actually play the whole game well, not the whole game. You have to fight bosses, so you have to come out of the map screen because you can't fire your gun in the map screen. But you could, other than that, play most of this in the map screen. And it's unclear whether that reduces lag, but in some ways it does make it a little easier because you can see what's going on and you can tell where the enemies are going to be before you even enter the room. So we'll see if anyone actually is going to try this, but I think it's kind of a niche practice. I probably wouldn't do it if I was in this race either. But
To my knowledge, you're the only one anywhere that actually plays like that.
yeah, well,
I gave it a shot,
like
and it made me violently ill.
So the weird thing for me is I normally get ill with games like this, but that makes it actually not as much so me. But also the frame rate is just really bad, so that contributes a lot to it. But basically, Doom's very straightforward. You get the key, open the door that's colored by that key, and then get the next key, and then open the next colored door, and then you're at the end. The weird thing about this is, well, there's a couple of weird things. This level right here that you see Zatox in, we're about to see it in a moment. There's a platform that lifts up towards the ceiling that you need to jump off of to get to the next part of this area. Actually, I'm not sure if that's the only way you can do it, but that's the speedrun way to do it. And sometimes that platform doesn't trigger. This is actually a really common thing, missed triggers given the frame rate being really low. So here we go, watch this, getting onto this. Zatox is going to get on very carefully. Okay, there we go, and the platform actually moved. So that can be a real run killer, is sometimes you just walk across that trigger and it just doesn't go because the game doesn't realize what happened.
Wait, it wasn't my fault?
Not your fault. So the frame rate being really low means you miss triggers all over the place. So it's lots of weirdness. The frame rate being low also lets you go out of bounds sometimes. It's really hard to actually use that to your advantage because it's so unpredictable that you can't try to get out of bounds successfully. It just kind of happens sometimes, and you have to. And if you get so far out of bounds that you are past all the collision detection, then you can walk around in the negative space, and you could technically walk right to the end of the level if you had the presence of mind to do that. But I really doubt we'll see that today. But yeah, the fact is, Doom is just a really good game, so even the worst port of it is still kind of fun. So, if this is your only way of playing Doom, I feel sorry for you, but still give it a try because it's still an excellent game.
So we're now into the boss of Chapter 1.
Right, so you have to kill these two. Are these Barons? Are these Baron of Hells?
I don't remember the Doom enemies.
Think so, but I'm really bad at remembering Doom names.
So this is challenging because the collision detection on your rockets is way messed up because everything is just so low frame rate that you don't always actually do as much damage as you think. The amount of damage you do to those enemies is really variable, so they could take anywhere from 2 rockets to 6 rockets each. So it's pretty bad. And you see that the whole episode ends with you going through this ending teleporter, and it takes you to a dark room full of enemies that kill you, and that is how the episode ends.
The rocket's also really dangerous because the splash damage can do hugely variable damage to you too.
Very much.
Where one rocket, if you're too close to it, can kill you from over full health.
Right, and you don't exactly know where it's going to explode either, because the collision detection does its best, but it's really inconsistent for when it detects that your rocket has hit the wall. So sometimes it doesn't seem like you're near the wall at all, but your rocket will damage you. So it's kind of a mess. I mean, frame rate is really the only problem with this game. Other than that, it works fine. Like, that's really the only problem with it, the delay in the frame rate. And the low resolution.
It's Puyo time.
Oh boy, okay.
We have to have a puzzle game.
Right. And this is a good puzzle. This is a good choice for the puzzle game. I'm glad we ended up with this one.
It's a controversial choice for a puzzle game, actually.
It's a good game, it's just hard.
Yeah, no,
Very,
for
very
sure.
hard.
What makes it controversial is actually this is 5-color Puyo Puyo Tetris, which, generally speaking, the competitive Puyo community really detests. Puyo's all about chaining, as you saw. If you can hit like a 4 or a 5 chain, you can KO any of these basic enemies real easy. But the thing is, because it is 5-color instead of 4-color, there's 5 colors, which is one extra, which makes it ludicrously less consistent. So there's more RNG, and the thing that sets this apart from a lot of other, especially SNES era puzzle games with a versus com, is that enemies are not bad at all at the game. If you play like Tetris Attack, you have to get like 10 enemies deep before anybody's heard of a combo. In Kirby's Avalanche, they will immediately start chaining if you don't beat them quickly enough. So that extra lack of consistency kind of keys in. You're going to see everybody using what's called the stairs method of building their combos. They're going to build up, ideally, lines of clean 3 with one of the previous colored Puyo on top of the next stack and to the right. And then when they pop the thing on the far end of the screen, it'll wash back over to the left side. And if they do manage to get at least 4 colors in that chain, then it'll usually create enough garbage data to win the round. It's weird though, because it doesn't dump it all at once, so you kind of have to sit there waiting. Like, you've won, but you have to wait another 10 seconds for the game to realize it. Zaytox is having a really good Avalanche so far, but now he's into the 2 fights where the enemies have weird gimmicks. Oh crap, what are these things called?
I don't remember Kirby enemy names, I'm sorry.
It's alright. Broom Hatter, that's it, yeah.
Oh, it was a lot more straightforward than I thought.
Yep. The last one was a Kabu, and this is a Broom Hatter, and then you've got a Squishy at the end. But this, yeah, he's kind of can be really easy to take out because of the gimmick of the enemy. It stacks up really high on both sides, kind of obliviously, and then builds something in the middle that can chain. It means that the middle is the only thing that you have to fill, so it goes pretty quickly, and then Squishy uses the stairs method against you. So it's sort of the introduction to how you're actually supposed to play Puyo. But as long as you can build your ladders quickly, this all goes really quickly. It's just that if you don't get good pieces pretty fast, then the garbage blocks on your side will start really messing with your ability to actually trigger anything that you've built up. And you can easily, even if you're very good at this game like our top runners are, easily lose a round to the very first CPU opponent. That was so clean though.
Yeah. It seems like there was a little bit of hesitation to figure out how to set up everything, but no problems from Zatox.
There are more complicated and more consistent ways of building chains, but it is such a nightmare to wrap your head around that for the people who have to learn 15 other games, I don't think it would be worth going anything other than that much simpler to understand method of stacking. I can't blame them. I don't think you're going to see anybody do anything other than stairs.
Wow, well, Satox already moving on to Super Turrican too.
Yeah, Kirby's real fast when it goes well, and real slow when it doesn't.
Oh, we got shotguns against the Barons of Hell. That's a— oh no! There's health. There's health. Go to the tips of the star. There's health. Okay. Whoa! Oh, cool. And you're gonna see, if you go into this teleporter with less than 10 health, we're gonna see a little shortcut here. You actually can skip the dark room. That's it. Boom. See? No dark room. Saves you like 2 seconds. Neat. I didn't know if anyone was gonna get that. It was all a plan.
So yeah, Super Turrican 2. Very similar in terms of gameplay to the first one, except there are tons of things now. First of all, the ball transformation isn't as useful as the first one. It's still pretty good, but it's not as OP. Second of all, contrary to the first game, I don't think there's any zipping in this game.
At least not in this goal. I'm not sure about the rest of it. They really did nerf the rolling though. It doesn't go as fast, and they keep setting up the level geometry to make sure that you can't like do anything fun with it.
But yeah, aside of that, there are 4 weapons instead of 3 this time, as well as a hook shot, which will be used to climb later, especially in, I think, in the second stage. Actually, is a very
in stage 2, it's super important. The quick route relies on chaining the grapple to stay above the levels maze.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking around at some of the people who are not on stream, and it seems like about half of them are on Phantom, and then maybe a quarter of them are on Doom. That's pretty much where the most people are on right now who aren't on the stream.
On your spread shot.
We might have the first 4 people on stream right now. I think we have the first 4.
Oh, sick.
So yeah, another thing about Super Turrican, those platform thingies that you can destroy to get power-ups, I think those work the same way as the original Super Turrican, where the power-ups you get are completely random and you just have to hope.
Yeah. They spit out enough that you're probably going to be okay, but if you are hoping for a specific gun, which is usually the spread, but not always, you just need the game to cooperate with you. You can muddle your way through with anything, though. It's not, as far as just clearing the game, not too bad if you've got the wrong gun.
Yeah, all guns seem more or less balanced. There isn't really a better one in terms of damage and all of that stuff. If anything, it might be a little bit more difficult to actually hit enemies with it, like I believe the bouncy one.
Yeah.
But in terms of damage, they're pretty balanced.
Which does mean you're going to see them favoring spread, because it's just easier to hit things with it.
Mm-hmm.
Not a ton of nuance to Super Turrican 2. You just go to the right and shoot until stuff is dead for the most part. It's...
Stage 1.
After that grapple section in Stage 2, I think there isn't really even a whole lot of routing to be done. You just want to
Shield.
go to the end of the level and bounce off as few things as possible. And after this one, Stage 3 isn't just auto-scrollers till the end.
Power up.
Stage 3's not fun though, because it's just full of poison gas that is constantly hurting you, so you need to
Power up.
be quick.
Yeah, I
guess
don't
it's not such a
think
bad
they.
thing in a speedrun, but
I don't think they go on cycles. I think they're random, right? Or
yes, they are.
ooh, Zucker's too missing a grapple, but backing it up. Very nice.
Emergency. Shield.
So yeah, stage 4 is just there.
Yep.
At least the first half.
Second half too, it just switches about whether or not you're auto-scrolling with platforming or not. You go from hanging on this plane to running across worms. It's a little more active, but you can't really go fast.
Missile.
Because those worms are on a specific cycle and you can't jump to the next one until the second one shows up. It doesn't care how fast you got to the end of the worm.
So we're going to approach the final boss of World 1, which has gone through some developments.
It has, yeah.
Turns
It
out-
wasn't fully understood how it worked until a couple weeks ago, I think.
Yep. Which now, knowing how it works, it is kind of dumb.
Stage. Red pot.
It's a bit ridiculous.
Activated.
Hello, I'm the commentator for The Mask.
Hello, welcome. We're just about there.
Smart bomb. Power up.
So yeah, the thing about the boss is, I believe it is, you can shoot all you want to the weak spot, but it won't actually do anything until like very specific spots, which is where the explosion particle happens.
Yep, every time you see it explode, it takes exactly 1 damage, and it has exactly 5 HP. So it's actually about just being in position to kill it, or to hit it, when it's specifically vulnerable, rather than shooting it enough. So you see
Just
them
like that's it.
fall through the bottom of the mouth once to respawn, so they get another bomb, so that they can just trigger that and have it cover the range of vulnerable frames, and after that, it means you can get a consistent 5 cycle on the boss. Now it's time for our new commentator to take over, because I really can't
Yeah.
explain the mask.
It's time for The Mask.
All right, welcome, Zatox or Travatox. Thank you for joining us.
No problem. Yeah, it's a pretty fast platformer, as you will see already in the first stage.
Power up. Red pot. Flamethrower. Activated.
The first level is pretty straightforward.
Laser.
There's not many situations where you can lose that much time. There is a mini boss at the halfway point. Sometimes it's pretty hard to hit specific points with the hammer because you're going pretty fast. Then the timing is pretty short. Here you use your guns, which is your main source of damage. It does a lot of damage with your mask points. That's why you use it most often for the bosses.
So yeah, almost every big weapon / movement option / whatever uses those points that are on the bottom left. But there will also be some upgrades to it in later levels that are very, very, very useful.
Yeah, there's a possibility to increase your mask points by collecting Milo the dog. That increases your mask points by 50, and in addition to that, refills all your mask points. That is also pretty important in some stages. In the second level, there are 2 mini bosses. They're both the same. And here you want to hit your guns at the black circle to double hit your guns and get a quick kill. That looks pretty good.
Very nice.
And here you can see collecting the dog. You get your 550 points again. At the end of, in the beginning of the second boss, there's a possibility to skip the intro cutscene. Let's see if he gets it. Oh no. Yeah, this cutscene can be skipped, which saves about 4 to 5 seconds. Here you have to be careful that your guns do not get interrupted by the boss, because then you lose your mask points without doing damage.
Which is bad.
Very. I still find it very interesting that this game lets you run this fast.
Yeah, there are 4 different options to running, like normal walking, then a faster version, and then this one, and also going pretty slow, which usually you do not see in this game. So they're pretty interesting to see 4 different kinds of speeds. Here at this boss, the first shot is pretty important because this one can get interrupted. Other than that, the boss fight is pretty easy to hit all the shots. The park level is a bit confusing. As you will see, it's a bit maze-like. And it's pretty easy to miss a platform. Or getting into the trash can because the hitbox is pretty small. Here for that boss, it's also important to not kill him while he is in the air, because then there is a delay of not sure how many seconds. It feels sometimes random. That's why you want to kill him while he's at the ground to trigger the end level end cutscene immediately. Now coming up to prison level, here you have to activate the switches.
It can't be understated how actually precise these movements are to get into the teleports, or like breaking the ground at that exact moment, because you move so fast. The tiniest changing timing, you're probably missing it.
Yeah, sometimes you do not want to go the fastest method of walking because you lose your control. Sometimes you want to go a bit slower to gain stability and control of your character. Now coming up the prison boss. He's also dangerous because he can interrupt your gunshots. That's why you switch between the horns and the guns. Because the horns do more damage per mask points but are slower. But it's safer for him. It's also possible to get double hits at him, but that's frame perfect and yeah, not really consistent. You have to hit him right before he hits you. Here in this level you can skip the wall level just by using your horns one step to the right, because it extends your hitbox, and then you touch the exit door, and then you're done with the level.
I really hope everyone knows that skip because it is so funny.
Yeah, otherwise the level is pretty big and also maze-like. Sato's already in the last stage. The last boss is a really technical boss fight because there is no quick kill. He has much more HP than all the other bosses.
Yeah, why did they give him so much?
And looks like they wanted to make the last boss pretty hard. Here there are also double hits. It's pretty hard to see if he gets double hits or not. But if he gets all double hits, then the boss will die in 15 shots. Here it's also a pretty cool strat that you can lure him at the right spot without getting attacked by him. And then you can collect the music notes to refresh your mask points. So it's pretty important to control the boss, because it's not that easy to get him stuck in that position.
If you don't do that, he can really obliterate your health. I found.
Okay,
Nice one.
that was pretty good. Yeah, that's the mask.
Yeah.
That
what
was
do you-
a pretty good
I'm
run.
curious, Trevor Talks, what do you think of that for someone who had to learn 16 games in 8 weeks? What do you think of that as a mask run?
Yeah, it's pretty solid for a 2-month period with 16 games to learn. That was a pretty solid run.
Seems like Zombies 2 is not that far behind going into the skip level. But yeah, just like that, we're into Mega Man 7. Already
Alright,
the
then I'm
8th
out
game.
for now. I'm coming back at Yoshi's Island again. See ya.
Okay, thanks. We'll see you at the end. Cool. Well, there's quite a spread for where the players are. I would say there's a number of people, Rayo and Skipsy doing Kirby's Avalanche, and there's like 5 people in Doom right now. I'm showing one person in Doom, trying to just cycle this 4th slot between other people. These are not necessarily the top 4 people. I think the top 3, the top right, top left, and bottom right are the top 3. But other than that, we'll cycle this 4th one. But yeah, a lot of people in the Kirby's Avalanche and Doom right now. And then we have a couple of blind runners. Infinite Mystery and Mikan are 2 that I know of that I think are running this blind. I know Mikan is. I'm pretty sure Infinite Mystery is doing that too. Infinite Mystery is in Bomberman, and Mikan is in Phantom 2040. It's 2024 now. I'm sorry.
Yeah, 2024. That's the
That'd be a
game.
little
That's the
dated.
year it takes place on.
That'd
yes.
be a little dated. Yeah. All right. Is this the only class? This is the only SNES from the classic Mega Man series.
Unless you count Mega Man and Bass, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I knew when I started to say that there would be some bit of trivia that proves me wrong, but okay.
That's a really cool game. It actually uses the PlayStation 1 sprites, even though it's a SNES game. Recycles several of those bosses. It's really hard. It's a very neat game and a super neat speedrun. It'd be cool to see it in a Super 16 at some point. But for now, Mega Man 7, which is the only SNES game in the classic series that came out in North America. It plays like classic NES Mega, except that it's on the SNES, which does throw some people off because it has these larger SNES hitboxes, but it's still screen-based in terms of its level design, and you've got the control system that's set up as if it were on NES controllers, so you still hold down and jump to slide, and you've got your shoot button and your jump button, and those are the only other buttons that matter. Movement is pretty difficult and technical to go really fast. You need to have good sliding, not too many frames of downtime in between your slides, and you need to be prepared to jump off the edge of any broken up platforms so that your slide ends in a jump that will... It doesn't really transfer momentum the way that like dashing does in Mega Man X, but it's still how you preserve as much of the fastest movement as possible. You also want to lose the fight to Bass there at the end of the intro stage because it's faster than beating him. I think that's pretty standard for Mega Man games with a intro boss. There's a little bit of a routing decision that you can make for this goal's purposes. It's actually kind of interesting too. Mega Man 7 is weird compared to a lot of Mega Man games, is that you can't actually go to all 8 Robot Masters right from the beginning. You only have 4 that you can pick from, and they each have their own distinctive weakness order chains. But you can pick either Cloudman or Blizzardman to begin with. They're both equally fast stages with just the Buster, and the boss fights are fairly comparable. However, if you do Cloudman, which I would say is the harder of the 2 stages to do Buster only, you do get access to the Rush Jet for the final stage, Burst Man. And having Rush Jet in that stage in particular is much, much faster. It lets you skip... Well, we'll get to it when we get to it. Because Zatox is, in fact, doing Cloudman first, so we'll see it. I don't know if he does everything that you can do with Rush Jet in that stage, but... well, again, we'll get to it when we get to it. For now, Cloudman. What makes Cloudman stage really dangerous is that it's mostly built over bottomless pits, like way more than any of the other levels. And
Ooh.
It's also got wind guys that make it hard to control your jumps.
Yup. We just saw that.
Well, just a little update on what's going on here. We have Student Taylor is playing Super Terracan 2, and off screen we have Alnak, who just entered the mask. I believe Alnak is the 4th player and Super Taylor 5th, unless I'm missing somebody.
That's such a punishing place for Zatox to have died. He
Yeah,
went all the way back to the checkpoints in Mega Man 7 are really, really stingy. There's 1 per stage, not counting the one in front of the boss. And they can be pretty deep in the level. I think this time you're going to see him kill all these guys before he jumps.
Yep, playing it safe. Good choice. He was right there too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that did give some time to Zakusti to catch up a little bit.
Yeah,
It seems
definitely
like
gifting
he's
him
also doing Cloud first, so...
a good 50 seconds. I expect everybody who's in the running for winning this race is going to be doing Cloudman first. I think it'll be the more intermediate players who might consider Blizzardman. Or maybe we'll just see everybody do Cloud first, because that's what World Record does. Even if you don't take advantage of the Rush Jet, it's still fine, because...
Yeah, it's not
Again,
that
it's
bad
equally
to
fast to
Buster
do
only.
one versus that one. Otherwise. Oh, here's a fun fact. So, as per classic Mega Man, the Japanese version is of course faster. But if you do play on JP, which is not allowed here, I think, it introduces RNG into these post-boss cutscenes. Because who actually tells you about the weapon rotates between 3 different characters in the Japanese version, whereas in the North American release, it's locked to only Dr. Light. And
That's interesting.
if you roll Roll or Dr. Light, they're relatively as fast. I think Roll was actually the fastest by a couple frames. But if you get Eddie, the big green robot that you saw at the beginning of the game, he talks forever, and it's multiple seconds of time loss. For the boss fights themselves, when you're doing a Buster fight, every charge shot does 2 damage and every regular shot does 1. Bosses in Mega Man games have exactly 60 iframes. So 1 second of invulnerability every time you hit them. Which is why you'll see everybody chaining uncharged shots with charged shots, because hitting them with the lemon will put them back in iframes and give you enough time to charge, whereas if you try to charge into charge, you're not going to quite make it, and you'll wind up losing on DPS compared to alternating. But you only see that on one of these 4 bosses. Everybody else you're going to use a weakness on because it's just much faster. Datox is in Junkman stages where you pick up the Rush Jet. It is also a thing you have to pick up in the stage. You don't get it for beating anything. The reason why Cloudman unlocks it for later levels is because Cloudman is Junkman's weakness. And you really don't want to fight Junkman Buster. He is a huge pain in the butt who can sink down into the floor and waste a lot of time, but he can't do that if you're zapping him. He's got a pre-programmed response to being hit by that attack, which is to jump across the screen and shoot down. Pretty normal for Mega Man games past the Super Nintendo era, or into the Super Nintendo era and beyond, where if you do hit them with their weakness, they become jokes.
Yeah.
Some of them have wacky animations that prevent them from doing anything. Some of them just have specific pre-programmed responses, but all of it just reduces the variance, and you do way more damage, so they don't stay on screen as long also. So a lot of the interesting technical stuff that's going to be slow runners down is mostly going to happen in the stages. The stages are what make Mega Man 7 a hard game. Well, and the Wily bosses, but we're not getting there.
Also, if you haven't played Mega Man 7 and you're looking at the list and saying MASH, what's MASH? That is the mini boss that occurs after the first 4 Robot Masters, so it's kind of like a midway point between them.
Yeah, we were originally going to do just all of the Robot Masters, but
Ooh,
Oh no!
uh-oh.
Spikes!
yeah.
Spikes and ice, they're a terrible combination.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible Zakra Stu could catch up, even in
At
this
this
game.
point, he almost has.
Yeah.
He's one more hit away from beating Junkman, and then he's got the cutscene, and he's into the same stage. He has really made up some time here by not dying. Those patches of ice that you see on the Blizzard Man stage do mess with your momentum. You can't actually stop the slide. So you have to jump with really good control to stop yourself from slipping like that. Classic ice physics make life miserable.
Yeah. Something that apparently every game developer loves to do.
That and water physics.
Yep.
But he's through what I would say is the bad part of the stage. Everything else, yeah, really straightforward trek to the boss. Which is another one that's not going to be hard, because Junk Shield just messes him up. Just it locks him. You see it locks him up in a shield, and he really can't do anything for more than half the fight. And unfortunately, kind of slows the pace of the fight down a little bit. He's stuck in there for longer than his iframes. But it's so much more damage that it's still worth doing.
Well, I think that's 3 out of 4 for the Zaydox.
It is, yeah. I know you just got Burst Man and then the mid boss to go. That jump on Zakursu's screen is really difficult. You want, ideally, to be jumping on that screen so that you transfer over screens higher, so you can just grab that ladder, but if you miss it, there's a backup, which is a very precise jump off the edge of the ledge with the polar bear that you can grab the ladder from, otherwise you have to use Rush Coil. So unfortunately, 3rd time's the charm for him. Okay, so looks like Zaytox is not taking advantage of the first thing that you can do with Rush Jet in Burst Man stage, which is use it to skip having to detonate these bombs. You trigger, you Rush Jet, and then you can kind of slip in between them.
I imagine with 2 deaths by now, he's probably gonna play it safe too.
Probably, yeah.
Because
I don't blame him.
I
But
think
he's
in
still
this game
going
you
to use
also
it
start
for
with...
sure to skip the Yoku block section.
Yeah, but I
You
think...
don't want to do those platforming ever. Those blocks are so obnoxiously slow.
Because
my
in this game
favorite
he
mini
wants
boss,
to have
the
only
crab.
3 lives, right?
Yeah, unless he's picked up any extras. He should be on his last life.
Which, yeah.
Yeah, Game Over is not great in Mega Man. It does completely reset your level progress. He'll keep his boss kills, but it would send him all the way back to the very beginning of this level, which would be a lead change at this point. And here he goes. There's your Rush Coil instead of Yoku blocking, and that's going to save him a good 6 seconds or so.
As well as a lot of sanity.
Yes! This is another place where you can also use Rush Jet to go faster, but if the water catches up to you, you'll get knocked off and drop down into spikes. So again, I expect he's going to play it safe. But you can squeak little bits of extra progress by using the Rush Jet. Really good to have Rush Jet is what I'm trying to say.
Just want to point out that both Super Nintailer and Alnak are both fighting the final boss of the Mask, so there might be an order change happening here. I wish I could get them both on screen at the same time, but maybe we will for the next game.
Exciting. The spreadsheet showed that there's some clusters of people who are really close to each other. And the games list is high variance enough that I think it's between several of the positions, it's going to be really hard to tell who's going to show up when. I like it. It should be a really exciting race.
You know what? I'm going to put
Funny
Super
thing to
Nintailer.
say an hour and 8 minutes into it, but
Yeah. I'm actually going to swap Super Nintailer in for the moment over Chrono just to see how this pans out.
For such RNG heavy first 2 games, and then like Kirby's Avalanche and whatnot, this is very close.
oh yeah, no, everybody is much closer to each other than the potential variants of those games would yeah, they could have been separated much more by those games, and they have managed to not. They've all had very similar luck checks so far. There's actually not too many more big RNG points in this race.
Unless you count Battle Racer speed boosts.
Well, yes. There is that.
But yeah, Zaytok's going to go against Mash now.
I hope you all find somebody who loves you as much as Dr. Riley loves Gutsman. This boss is weird. Only its head is vulnerable, and when you hit it with its weakness, it gets knocked off. Obviously, if you danger wrap it, you'll kill him super duper fast, but otherwise the fight is a battle to juggle the head with the body so the body can't pick it back up.
And that was a really good boss.
That was excellent. And that's Mega Man 7, which brings us to Toy Story and the 2-minute break.
Yeah, that was half of the games, everyone.
Blazing. This list is so much faster than last year's.
Well, Super Nintendo moving into Mega Man 7, about 2 minutes behind Almac, I think. And remember that Chrono NES is ahead of both of those two. Chrono NES is in third right now. But yeah, we have a 2-minute break here, longer than the usual between game breaks, just to give people a chance to get up if they need to. Also, it was pointed out to us that the lead-in on Toy Story is so long that it actually makes it really hard in the 45 seconds between games. So we moved it to 9th place because of that.
I think you can just barely get the game started in the 45-second normal period if you've got a good play setup. I think if you have to swap physical carts, if you're one of those people, you couldn't do it.
You could have multiple Super Nintendos all going at once.
Having one specifically for Toy Story and nothing else.
That's dedication. That is the drive that is required to win. Or you could just get an SD to SNES, I guess.
Alright, so Toy Story. Really big zoomed in game. You pretty much have to memorize the levels if you want to not get hit every 3 seconds.
Yeah, there's enemies all over the place, and you cannot see them coming.
So yeah, every level has its own little objective. Some of them are simply get to the end, but some others are rescue this toy, or open this thing, or do whatever. Like in this second level where Zaytox has to lead all the toys into their boxes.
Yep, and they're held in place by various obstacles. You've got to run over and remove, and then you try to get everybody going at once so that you can just rescue a lot of them without having to do a lot of back and forth. That's the optimization here. Yeah,
because even after you rescue them, the toys take a little while to actually get to the place. So if you want to go fast, you have to be moving around and making sure everybody gets moving as fast as possible. So now we have
Oh, Almanac. God, be careful.
Oh, they're at 1 health.
This is so scary.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah.
I hate this level of Toy Story that Zatox is on. It's really it's stressful to get past all of these sharks and clowns without slowing down, and you can easily get stuck at the bottom of the screen, which doesn't instantly kill you, but can only bounce so many times before you die. And on top of that, you've got Buzz flying around behind you, just being a smug jerk about everything.
Yeah. I think Zatox saw their health and just killed
Yeah,
themselves.
I think he just took a
just to
reset there.
refill. Yeah. Because this is one of those games where the enemies load as soon as you get close to them. And what that means is that if you just try to go forward and rush things, the enemies are going to be just in the perfect position to hit you.
Yeah, the other thing that makes this level not fun is that the natural fastest path has you jumping over the checkpoints instead of triggering them. Which is cool for a level that can so easily kill you.
And not to mention the rope slash hook slash whatever is not that good.
No.
It really is not. Oh, I'm pretty sure Zatox missed one. Yeah. Okay, that's another death.
Oh man, Zakrasu's getting really close. He's only maybe 20 seconds back now, 30.
Here it comes. Ooh. Here it comes. Ooh.
So yeah, this isn't the end of the goal. We specified Buzz Battle because there is a level called Buzz Battle.
Yes.
Which is different from the level where you battle Buzz.
Yeah. This is Nightmare Buzz, completely different.
I don't remember that part of the movie.
Me neither. Oh yeah, and of course, because this is a Toy Story game, there has to be minigames. Which means we're playing Micro Machines now.
Woo!
This is low-key a lot harder to control than what it seems.
Yeah, if Zatox makes no mistakes, it's gonna look like this is just an auto-scroller, but if you turn incorrectly, you will bounce real hard off of any of this stuff. And also, heaven forbid that you actually miss Buzz with any of these passes.
Yeah.
Turning around and going back for him is...
Oh, that was a good save.
Yeah, my heart kind of jumped in my throat a little bit there. But yeah, no, if like for one thing, you'll knock the battery in the wrong direction if you hit him from the other side, and for another thing, turning around is not simple to do, and you really don't have a lot of spare power, especially in these late passes.
Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Okay, we're good. Ooh, Zucker's still catching up, I mean.
A little
On the-
more with every stage.
Yep. So now this. This is also, I'm pretty sure, also just one of the get to the end goals, except you have to lead T-Rex out.
Yeah, you've got to pause from optimal routing a couple of times to break some blocks that are trapping Rex so he can keep going with you.
good thing
I
is
have
that
no idea
every
what the
time you
story
do
of
that,
this
it's a
game is.
checkpoint, so... Alright, that was pretty good. Now this is an actual auto-scroller.
Yeah, nothing you can really do here to go fast. Just don't die.
And as we said earlier, this game is very zoomed in with a lot of big hitboxes, so in this auto-scroller you kinda have to memorize where to go if you don't want to get hit. It is very easy to clip an enemy and just keep taking damage over and over and suddenly you're dead.
Yeah. You get a decent amount of health, but not that much. So, memorization a very important skill in Toy Story.
Mm-hmm. Okay, not bad. So Buzz Battle is really interesting. I don't know if Zaytox is gonna be able to do the quick kill.
Oh. To infinity and beyond. Oh. To infinity and beyond. Ow.
He
Mm.
should know it, but I don't.
Oh.
So yeah, the goal isn't to actually hit Buzz, is to hit the wheel, the tire, so that it traps Buzz.
Watch out.
Uh-oh. What
Oh,
hell?
this is going a little pear-shaped.
Okay.
Alright, yeah, that.
We're fine. Everything is fine.
Plenty of HP. One more than he needed. Gosh, he and Soccer Stu were so close.
Yeah, this is gonna be a tight race. Let's see how the boss goes for Zuckers 2.
Hello.
Okay. Hello.
Hi, well, welcome to Lyra, or Lyra,
Yep.
who is going to be our commentator for the next game, Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, the movie, which
Oh,
Zaytox is just about to start. So tell us a little bit about this game.
all right. So this is your standard beat 'em up, but it plays kind of like a fighting game in the fact that every character in the game is going to play differently. As in, all the jumping around, the hitboxes are going to be a little bit different for you. Jump priority, things like that. So think of it more as a fighting game, less as a beat 'em up. This game does have about 7 stages, but we're only going to be seeing the first 2, which the game does not get hard until like stage 4 onward, so we're just going to be nice and chill in here. You're collecting little power-ups there. You're going to be able to morph once you hit a full meter. Morph will restore your life as well, so some people will use it to morph early just in case. It's also going to increase the amount of power you're dealing per attack. Now, once you get full meter after you're morphed, you're going to unlock your special weapon, which, for Kimberly there on Zaytox's screen, it's going to be the power bow, and the power bow is pretty broken on bosses because you can actually start stun locking a lot of them. So stage 1 is just pretty chill. We're just going to move on through the mall here, hopefully not break food open and destroy it, because food waste is bad. definitely taking the fast route and just kind of damage boosting through there. So let's. Oh, I forgot. So I almost never personally, during my speedruns of this, morph before Mirror Maniac, so I didn't really remember that you could hang off the sign there and get a few hits on the remote mine launcher there on the top screen.
Yeah,
Oh,
morphing
Ivan
unlocks some other moves, like you have some back dodge, I think, and I don't know if you can do that without morphing, right? Like the
You can
back roll.
backflip, yeah, you can do that while you're demorphed. So
Oh,
another strategy you can use here is this boss will take about 7 hits or so for that little mini boss right there, but if you like hit 3 and morph, it's going to deal damage to the other 4, so you can save a little bit of time. If the actual mini boss is on the right side of the screen, because it has to fly all the way over slowly to the right to those gas cans there. Zaytok's one hit away from death here, and there isn't really any life refill, so we might see going down. Hopefully not, though. This here, right before stage 1 boss, is literally just a bunch of putties over and over, so you can just use it to gather meter if you want.
yeah, most if not all enemies die in one hit, in one punch, I want to say. At least on these 2 first stages.
Oh yeah, you don't start getting the really hard putties until like stage 3, stage 4.
Ooh.
And there's the first death. But taking a bunch of life off Mirror Maniac before even taking that hit is really impressive.
Alright. That's
When
stage
Mirror
1
Maniac,
done.
Mirror Maniac gets low on life, they start like shadow cloning themselves, and when you hit the shadow clone, you just get punched in the back. So we completely skipped all that because that was a very hyper aggressive fight.
Oh, actually, I just noticed we have different characters for Zuckers 2 and Zaytox.
Everybody plays differently. Some people are gonna like enjoy. I'm a Kimberly player, but I'm also an Adam player. And seeing Rocky is interesting because as you're seeing Sword Slash there, is just doing a butt ton of damage. For stage 2 here, we have the aircraft carrier. This is going to introduce a couple of more putties. The orange ones, which just take a little bit extra in terms of damage, and then the light green jumping ones, which are a menace if you are playing as certain Power Rangers because of how their jump box priority works. And you are allowed to switch characters in between each stage if you find someone that is more to your taste in terms of how you're playing. A little bit of stop and go action here. The wind will just kind of mess everything up and make the run go a little bit slower, but what can you do?
That is another death. Luckily, deaths are not that punishing in this game in terms of respawn points.
Yep, unless you game over, and then that's a little bit more annoying. But the game does give you plenty of lives. It is completely within the realm of possibility after your first playthrough or two to go ahead and play this on hard and then once you see it. So. And as you're seeing right there, Zaytox is refilling life by morphing right there. Another speedrun trick, you always want to stand to the right for a lot of these because these screen transitions will start forcing you to run to the right. And why not just take a couple steps instead of like a bunch of steps? Now, stage 2, part 2 here is going to introduce a couple of spots where you have to just sit here and dodge stuff, and apparently you can uppercut them. That's news to me. I never morphed this early. Now, when you're morphed, you can also hang on the machines up there to get across. So that's something amazing right here. And the front runners for this race are pretty much neck and neck, so we're gonna be coming up on some exciting boss battles pretty darn soon.
Ooh, getting those jumps. I've seen some deaths in those jumps for the 1-up.
Yeah, it's a large jump, so the safe route is to just jump up there and then jump back down, because whenever you jump into a box like that, it'll automatically break it open, so that'll save you an extra hit. But in Zatox, just showing no fear whatsoever. This is quite the run we have going here. Oh, I'd say that.
Yeah.
Those jumps happen. You're supposed to wait for those little platforms and just take the safe route, but, you know, safe route is not speedrunner.
Yeah, why do that when you can just die?
If you're going for the 1cc, then it's a little bit safer to do it the other way. Now this right here is the last part before we're going to go into our boss, which is the easiest boss in the game, so you guys chose a pretty good goal to end this game on. Cannon Top is easy because it only does a couple of attacks. It'll either start firing mortar shots into the air, which is what you don't want, and what you do want is to force it to actually go into cannon mode right there. And you do that by jumping on top of the top part right there, so you can manipulate the boss and it's doing a bunch of free hits. But if you have sword like that, you don't need to do anything, just use sword.
And it's just that easy.
This is a very short goal, so yeah, everything's all nice and done already. As soon as the game counts off the points, I would imagine.
Holy wow, they are close.
Only a
Yeah.
couple of difference, yeah.
Just some seconds away from each other. That is great.
Yeah, and third, fourth, and fifth are all very close as well. We were watching Super Taylor and Elnak as they caught up to each other within about a minute, and then we realized when I swapped Chrono back in that Chrono is only less than a minute, I would say, ahead of Elnak, maybe 2 minutes ahead of Elnak at most. So very close in our top 5.
Yep. So now we have this game that I don't think anyone expected to see.
I would be surprised if anybody has heard of this prior to it appearing on the list.
I had not heard of this game until I saw it. In fact, I even thought this was that it was a different game that Yogario was talking about.
Yeah. Turns out there is a I don't remember the franchise now, but there is another another game called something Power Battle Racers, and it's completely different. But yeah, this is a Japanese exclusive. Mostly, it's like a mix between F-Zero and Super Mario Kart.
It dares to ask the question, what if Mario Kart but little dudes?
Exactly. So this is from the, I want to say the Ultraman franchise? I'm not exactly sure.
The character designs look it, yeah, but I'm not sure.
But yeah, the funny thing about this game is that you have the map. Even if you don't see exactly what's going on in front of you, you can at least have the map below you. Yes, that was the one. Power Rangers Zeo Battle Racers. Yep. That's not the one we're playing here.
People don't know this, but Battle Racers invented the Nintendo DS.
Oh. But yeah, we are doing Cup 3, which I believe it's called the Superhero Cup or something like that. It is a very short racer in the fact that the laps are usually like less than 20 seconds long.
There's no real sequence breaking in here, though.
Yeah, no, there are a couple shortcuts in, I believe, the last stage, but that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, we also have some power-ups. Most of the power-ups, like, freeze the game for like a second and shoot something, or like get the opponent in front of you and do something to them. Some others are like health refills, your normal speed boost, like a mushroom in Mario Kart. However, they're all, I don't want to say exactly random, because like you can see them and they cycle between. But also, there's no way to get rid of them, so if you get one of the power-ups that freeze the game, at that point it's just better to not use any items at all. But yeah, this is already race 3 out of 6, so it is very quick. You might also be seeing Zuckerstu using a different camera, because you have the option to zoom out and play like that. And it doesn't like reduce lag or anything, it's mostly just preference, so...
It's all about field of view and what you're comfortable with.
But yeah, we have also 4 characters. I believe we are using... I think this one is the one with the highest acceleration, maybe? I'm not entirely sure. I think top speed is like not that good in this game specifically because of all the turns and all the obstacles and whatnot, I believe. Don't quote me on that. So I believe we are prioritizing acceleration mostly just to get back on track as soon as we can.
Yeah, that is correct. There's so many turns. You are never going to actually reach top speed if you're playing one of those types of characters. It's a waste of their potential. Maybe in another cup, but not this one.
Yeah. I also find it really interesting that Cups 1 and 2 actually have a different number of tracks. Cup 1 only has 4, while Cup 2 has 5, so it's kind of like building up. But yeah, there's not going to be that much variance, I believe, in this game, as long as there are like no big faults or big moments of getting stuck in a wall or things like that. But you can already see how close the top 2 runners are right now. Pretty much 10 seconds away from each other.
Which is crazy. And yeah, that'll probably stay true through this game, but... hard to say.
Zombies still got a speed boost, that's nice. And immediately bumped against the wall because I
Well, so it goes. Those walls really come out of nowhere. I sound like I'm being sarcastic, I'm not. They sneak up on you. The corners are surprising.
Yeah. Hitboxes are sometimes weird in this game.
Also, in true Mario Kart fashion, occasionally you'll wind up, through no fault of your own, getting slammed into by somebody coming up behind you, and then you can really get stuck in the corner.
That's also F-Zero, so...
True. That's racing games, baby.
But yeah, we're into the 5th track. As I said, these races are usually very short. I don't think they can take more than 2 minutes each.
No,
And it's
they're
it's 5
real
laps
short
too.
tracks. Mhm.
It's 5 laps too, so like it's not like a big track with like Mario Kart where it's like, oh, but it's only 3 laps, so like you have a little bit more to practice on each. No, it's just very short.
Yeah, that lap was 15 seconds for Zatox.
And also we have ramps. They don't appear often, but they're there.
It's good to go on them. A little. They're not ultra significant, but they do boost you a teeny bit.
Holy cow, there's 30 seconds difference between our 3rd and 4th place players right now.
Oh my goodness, that's so cool.
This is a tight race.
Yeah, that was a huge catch-up during Toy Story that Alnak managed to pull off.
This is a nice thing about this game that will help the blind runners when they reach here is you don't actually have to win the final race to complete the goal. You just need to get to the end. It's faster to win because it means you're racing well, but it is not necessary.
So yeah, this is the last track. It has just that little shortcut on one of the sides where instead of doing a turn, you can just use a bouncer or spring or whatever, or ramp, I don't know. It goes too fast to actually know what it is. But you can just jump over the gap, and it saves like, I don't know, a second or two each time. So that's a good 5-10 second time save in an already very short game.
Boing.
And that seems to be the end of Battle Racers for Zatox. And for Zuckers too. My god, they're so
Wow.
close.
They are right on top of each other. I wonder what this next game's going to do to them, because Final Fight can be hard.
Well, speaking of, we have our guest commentator, Jake Rock, coming in to talk about Final Fight 3.
Hey, thanks for having me. I'm really excited to talk about this game. Love this game. Played it a lot co-op. Had a chance to show it off last year at SGDQ with Space Coast Gaming. And one of the best beat 'em ups in my opinion on Super Nintendo. It's just fantastic. I've got 4 characters to select from, and I think Guy and Lucia, for the runners that have practiced this game, one of those two are going to be the best because there's an infinite combo that you can do with those characters. Casually, Hagar, I think, is the nicest to play with, and Dean, well, he's in this game. So it looks like we're running with Guy. I'm amazed at how close Zocker's doing and Zatox are right now. I'm pretty hype about this. This is crazy. So one of the major things on this game is keeping the enemies upright until you can finish them off. I got some nice jumping out of the first screen there, Zatox. That's a little bit of a save. But yeah, if you knock these guys down, especially Dirks, before their health bar is completely eliminated, they take a long time to get back up. They take their sweet time on the ground, which is a big time loss. And you just, unlike some other beat 'em up games, there's really nothing you can do to an enemy on the ground. There's no ground finishers or anything like that. So you just gotta wait for them to get up, which is annoying. So. The other thing that is kind of important to note is you're going to see a lot of like barrels and crates and stuff like that. There's a limited amount of sprites that can be on the stage at any point in time, and enemies and those items, barrels, crates, all that kind of stuff, all count toward that sprite count. So it'd be good for the runners to clear out that stuff as quickly as possible, so that they can load the enemies that they want to kill, rather than just leaving crates and barrels up there. So on to Dave here, our first boss already. This is great. We got some infinite combo going on with Zatox. That is a great kill. That is fantastic. That's what you want to see with Dave. And Zakrstu able to get him eventually as well.
Yeah,
Wow.
I think that was like 2 infinite combos, but I think it broke when Dave got off
Yep.
screen.
Yep, exactly. Wow. All right. So on to stage 2. We're going to see in stage 2. So the other thing to, I guess, note about this, as the game progresses, a lot of the enemies you're going to see similar enemies, loaded. Maybe they have some different variants, coming in, but their health bars are going to increase as the game progresses, to the point where at the end of the game they can be, even the normal mobs can be pretty annoying to deal with. Just want to shout out the moveset in this game. It's amazing. I don't know if we've seen any supers yet, but you can see the super bar on the bottom there. Not sure if that's going to get used really, because infinite combo is always going to be faster, but this game's just got a ton of awesome moves, grapples, aerial stuff, the supers, some kind of distance attacks that you can do, kind of like a Hadouken moveset. But just a really fun play, and a lot of different ways to play the game. There's a super, and he's showing off, taking down that Arby. They have the beef. So coming up here too, with Zatox, you're gonna see him smash that Arby and then go into the building here. This is gonna be interesting for blind runners. There's a lot of branching paths in this game, to the point where we've got round 4, a clear objective here in this game. There's actually 2 round 4 bosses, depending on which way you go in this game. You could either do Drake, which I assume that we'll see here, or you can do Wong, who's in Chinatown. So we got another infinite combo setup on Coleman here. Once he gets off screen, you kind of have to reset that up. Could almost do the super here, but he resets up the infinite combo, which is even better. So that's awesome. Coleman can be really squirrely. He has a lot of iframes. He can hop on kind of either side of you, and your punches will just pass right through him. So that's an annoying one. Round 3 coming up. This is the quickest stage in the game if you know the shortcut. This is another stage with the branching path. We're trying to make our way to a bus stop here. And we'll see a little bit, what we do about that. So again, we're going to set up some enemies, and they're going to take out that bus stop sign up there. And that is the trigger to completely bypass the rest of the stage after the screen. The bus doesn't know where to stop, and it's just next stage. So there we go.
That's really funny. It's like, well, you can't continue. The boss doesn't appear.
Yeah,
Who knows where it
right.
is?
So that's an entire boss skip, which is really cool and fun for the speedrun. Got these, you'll see as they break crates and stuff, they've got different items that drop. The hammer that's on the ground there is one of the better items. It can do a pretty good amount of damage, but in general, you never want to pick up an item, because you hang on to that, and it's going to be way slower than just doing infinite combos or doing moves in general. You could see, some of the tech being used, grappling enemies and then repositioning and letting go of them rather than punching them and getting them on the ground, so that you can stack enemies with combos. That's really good moves there. The movement on both of these 2 runners here is just really impressive. They're doing a great job with the game. So this is the last screen before we're going to hop on the boat here. Or the dock, I guess. Yeah, we're still on the dock. And we'll get to the boat. These first 4 stages are all pretty short. and difficulty doesn't ramp up just with the normal mobs, and they bring in a lot of different variations on the enemies where you're not seeing the same type of enemies. You're having to deal with a lot of different scenarios. Repositioning those enemies again, getting that infinite combo. The infinite combo, so there's, just like any good beat 'em up, there's double tap run going on, and that it sets up a different moveset than your normal punch. And that's really what the infinite combo for Guy is Lucia as well. You're kind of double tapping to run, setting up your run attack, and then you're canceling before you finish the run attack, and then restarting your run attack from scratch. Here's another branching path on the boat. Instead of going through the boat, we're going to go on top of the boat. It saves a little bit of time. There's less enemies to deal with up here. And that's going to get us to Drake. Really good top boat screen there from Zaytox.
That was some nice Johnny stacking.
Yeah, that's right. All right, starting out with the super, that's good. Drake can be really annoying. He's going to be jumping around and has a lot of iframes. Setting up in the corner here is perfect if you can get the infinite combo. Again, we want to avoid those knockdowns if possible, but sometimes it's just hard to do. There is a little bit of lag in this game to deal with sometimes. But just like that, Drake is done.
That was great.
That was super clean. Great run from Zaytox. And Zakrastu's coming up on Drake here too, so he's still keeping it pretty close, but Zaytox, I think, pulled away a little bit during that run.
Yeah, I
They were
think
briefly
Zakrastu
tied
got
in
there.
stage 1, but then, Zaytox cleaned up his fighting so much that he regained a good 30 seconds, I think.
Yeah, really good run.
He's good.
All these runners, big props to them. Hopefully the branching paths and not knowing the shortcuts doesn't trip up the blind runners too much. We'll have to do a few more bosses maybe, but it's hard to have a bad time playing Final Fight 3. It's just a great game.
And Zakrastu getting a perfect infinite combo on
Yeah,
Drake.
that's great too. That's exactly what you want to do.
That's great. Just like that, Final Fight 3 is done.
Yeah.
For us, at least.
Yeah, thanks for having me on to talk about it, and good luck to the rest of the runners playing that and all the other games here.
Yeah, thank you. You came on at just the right time. It was we're our top 2 runners, neck and neck. All right, thanks very much.
Take care.
Magical Quest 3.
Yeah.
Now, why would I have not seen this game when I was a kid?
Maybe because it wasn't there.
If you look real closely at the text, you might notice something strange about it.
Oh, I see it now. It's yellow. But yes, Magical Quest 3 was another Japanese exclusive. And I want to say the most, or like the least known about game in the trilogy, which, like, again, fair, Japanese exclusive.
Yeah, I don't think this one is super well known outside of certain communities. Fans of the series have definitely hunted it down, but outside of the niche.
How does it compare gameplay-wise, would you say?
It's definitely slower than especially the first game because the momentum preservation mechanic is gone. Like, you still get speed on slopes and lose it on upslopes, but you can't, like, jump to maintain that speed. You pretty much instantly lose it as soon as you're on flat ground again. But the costumes are generally more useful in this game. There's better, especially boss kills with this knight costume than there were in other games. I mean, I guess it's hard to compete with Magical Quest 1's Magician, but all the same. this is a really, really versatile little outfit. You've got the Sprungy Punch Lance, which slowly builds up that meter, which causes it to do a little bit more damage, though not enough to justify waiting for it every time. You've got the shield, which can deflect things. You've got the ability to, like, bounce and juggle on things. You'll actually see the real potential of this thing once we get to the second phase of this pig and a pumpkin boss. I think they
Yeah.
lost a lot on enemy theming by this point.
It is kind of more similar to Great Circus Mystery in that regard.
Yes.
Like, not
But yeah,
that
here he goes. He's got it.
movement-based.
This is the
Oh, yeah.
infinite juggle. Good stuff.
Wow, cool.
So yeah, that is stage 1 done.
Not too bad.
No, not too bad at all. So I want to think stage 2 is when we get the second costume. Yeah, we sure do.
Yep. Pick up the
The
climber outfit,
climber,
which
yep.
is really good for platforming, though mostly just in this stage, where they've got all these handy little things that specifically take advantage of it. Both trees and unspecified metal jugs. I don't know. They're just there. I don't understand them.
But yeah,
But
they're also a very good way
really
to.
here is when you grab on with your rope, when you turn, you will flip, and you can jump at the same time, and it will whip you forward with good speed. That's the tech for this part. That and getting on those zip lines.
Mm-hmm. And of course, we have another scroller because it couldn't be an SNES game without it. Nah,
I mean,
that's
how else
just...
are you going to pad game length? This is also technically a boss fight.
Yeah, which is, I think, a very cool setting for a boss fight, as in platform-wise. You don't really have a place to...
X2, it's Morph Moth.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Just another flashback from last race. But yeah, I think that's a very interesting platform setting for a mini boss. Instead of having actual platforms or an actual floor to stand on, you just have to climb around.
Yeah, it's really unique. I like the feel of that one. It's fun. This is also a pretty nice little section because it's full of hills and zip lines, so you can really get going. There are those things.
Yep, those sure are things.
I don't know what you would call them. They're just like...
I don't know. They're just there.
Alright, and here you have, technically, a boss. Oop. A little early, actually.
Oh,
This is gonna really make this weird. Okay, there we go.
well, that was 2 deaths right away, which I don't think it's good. I think this game has some like death warps to get to some places faster.
Yes, because of the way that respawns work, when you die, you show up in a balloon that you actually have control over that winds up at the top of the screen. So especially for fast climbing, dying can actually be really beneficial. In fact, typically the strat here will see you fall into the pit after fighting the boss to just have a better angle on him. Yeah, Zakrus got it first try, so you're gonna watch. He's gonna fall in a pit when this is over. Which is fine because he hasn't died at all. Yep, there he goes. That saves on a little bit of lag there. Fewer sprites on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
Zatox is fighting the weird dead cow.
Yeah, sure.
Which is not a very quick fight and not a very difficult fight. You just punch it with the knife, then you jump on its head, and you get the 2 instances of damage that way. Every different type of attack in the game does different damage values. The weakest one is thrown blocks from the stage, but once you have costumes, you generally issue that completely.
Yeah, I
But
think that
really,
only applies to like the first mini
you
boss.
do what's available.
Speaking of costumes, we now have the magician, I think it is.
It is, yep. This is the stage magician as opposed to the like out and out wizard of earlier magical quests.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still really good. Like the Medical Quest 1 magician that came before it, it works on an MO system and you pick up, I think it's card packs to... Okay.
That was intentional.
I
there.
missed him picking up an extra life there, so I thought for a second that he autopiloted onto the death abuse, and luckily for everybody, he did in fact have 1 more life than he needed. Oh, good RNG on this fight. You only need 2 hits when you turn those rocks that it spits into big weights that drop on its head, but that's the only attack that he does that you can actually do that to. So you have to, if he is jumping around or stabbing with his tail, which is stuff that he can just do if he wants to, you don't have a choice but to sit there and wait for him to cooperate. And it can be a hot minute if he is uncooperative. Hopefully he's as nice to Stu. Already not.
The classic mechanic of just wait.
Yep, that's 2 bad cycles. I think is going to be... Nope, okay, just 2. That's not the worst.
Oh,
I've
wait.
seen
Okay, there we go.
like 8 or 9 non-damage cycles happen before, and it's frustrating.
Yeah, ouch.
Luckily, though, not a lot of separation created by that moment, so they're going to stay super close. Thank goodness.
Yep. Now we have another other scroller, which... Does this game have a 0 life?
Yes, I think it should.
Okay, because I'm pretty sure I've seen that on the other scroller you die in a certain spot to appear right at the top when it ends.
Yeah. It's faster than climbing by a fair bit. I mean, not that much, but still. Still, he may not... No, he's gonna. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is a good couple seconds. You don't really want to give that up. Especially if he's watching the race. I don't know if Zatox is a screen watcher or not, but if he knows how close Stu is, he's definitely going to push tempo.
I'm not sure if they know how close they are to each other, but yeah.
Yeah. So this boss, you hit him and then he will respond to being punched by laughing and then either jumping or shooting these cannons. You want him to shoot the cannons because what you're trying to do is bounce those off your shield so that he will damage himself. If you can hit both, then it's great. But he can be a jerk and just jump around, which sucks. He is currently being a jerk to Zatox.
Yep.
Will be 1 more instance of damage, I think. Oh, come on.
Two?
Who paid you?
Oh
Buddy,
my
This is
god.
awful. Oh my goodness. What is
Oh
no?
no.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
Jeez. Well, this is Stu's opportunity to. Well, Hops McGee. I swear to you, he doesn't have to do this. This is not set. He can just shoot on a loop. Yeah, see? See? The fight can be good. Good RNG exists.
It's not a myth. I promise.
Alright, and this is the final fight. Here on Zatox's screen. Pirate dog.
A classic.
Got a couple of things that
mystery
he can do.
character.
This jump attack is basically what you want. What makes this fight weird is that you are on a boat, so occasionally the tide will catch it and the screen will start sliding. And you can slip into those spike doors and hurt yourself, and it's not the most fun. As long as he sticks with that jump attack instead of shooting his pop gun, this will be a quick fight. But,
Okay,
yeah,
there
okay,
we
not
go.
too bad. Still, though, a couple of missed hits. It's another catch-up opportunity for Stu.
And just like that, Magical Quest is done. Which brings us to the final 3 games, starting with Donkey Kong Country 2. We had to have this game in. We just had to.
It's a good game.
It is.
Hello, everybody.
Hello. So we are joined by our DKC2 commentator, A10CJ.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. It's been,
All right.
It's been a cool race so far.
Yeah, and we're really close on our top 2 runners here, so we'll see if DKC2 makes the difference.
Yeah. So, all right. Thank you once again. I'm interested to see what kind of moves these guys have. They're, I know they're not typically like mainly donkey runners, right? But they seem to know. Well, Zatox, is that how you pronounce it? Zatox? Yeah. Seems to know about the warp barrels in the first 2 worlds here. So every single level in the first 2 worlds of this game has a warp barrel at the beginning that'll warp you right to the end. And in an any % run, we make use of those. Oh, a goal swap there. All right. So the first 2 worlds aren't going to be as interesting as the 3rd world for sure, because that's where they'll have to actually play the entire levels. That'll be the longest world of this challenge for sure. But yeah, I mean, there's still tech, of course. But yeah, what Aatrox did there was a goal swap. It's where you stand with both Kongs on the goal, and then you press select to swap the Kongs. And if the second Kong is in the right state, what we call the airborne state, you'll automatically just hit the goal without triggering a fanfare, and that is, it's made use of a lot in every speed category. So cool tech there. Yeah. Otherwise, it's mostly just about maximizing the length of your rolls before you jump out of them, and another goal swap there. Dodging the enemies and such. Now, this first boss right here, Crow, is not very well liked among the community. It is the biggest source of RNG in the entire game. The first 2, you need to hit Crow 4 times. The first with his eggs. The first 2 eggs are always real eggs, no RNG there. But now we get to the RNG portion where, like we saw there, an egg could be fake and not land on the ground. A real egg will be one you can pick up off the ground and hit Crow with, like that one right there. So 3 fakes. It's already bad RNG right there. And then we got to do a second phase. each fake loses between 2 and 3 seconds typically. So, you know, not the worst. The world record is 19 for fakes, by the way, in a real
Oh,
run.
wow.
Yeah. Yeah. So, all right. Yep. More warp barrels here. I wonder if we'll see. There's a goal swap you can do at the end here. I bet Zatox is gonna do it. Kind of cool looking. Oh no. Oh well, you can do that. You can do a goal swap there to get Diddy in front. Yeah. Oh, I wonder. Okay, so in this stage. Okay. So there is tech there you can do to get to the warp barrel a bit faster, called a big boy, but not going for that. Just kill that guy with thing and boom.
Yeah, Zatox might want to keep it just a little bit safe due to how close everything is. Like, he might want to prioritize just keeping the lead instead of trying risky things.
That's true. That's true. But yeah, they're cruising along here in the first two worlds. You know, you can get through. You know, you can get through the first two worlds in just a little over 5 minutes. Oh, this. So typically you want to avoid a fanfare like you're seeing here, Dixie playing the guitar, Diddy doing the rap. That adds like between 6 and like 10 seconds to, you know, to the time you want to trigger every goal without the fanfare that you can. That's the only fanfare in a regular level that's required in the game. We haven't found a way to skip that yet, because the warp barrel puts you in a barrel that shoots you to the goal. So we're working on that one, but that's the only one.
Soon.
Yeah. You'll get an automatic fanfare after every boss. That's required.
Dixie's is faster than Diddy's, right?
Yes, that's right. Dixie's fanfare. Yeah, it adds. I think it adds like something like 4 seconds to not getting the fanfare, and Diddy's would add like 7. There's a goal swap right there. Nice. All right, so Cleaver. I think Cleaver happens to be a fun boss. You could think of it, you know, kind of like a dance, you know, a little bit. You know, you bait Cleaver, you know, into certain positions so that you can hit him faster, you know, and yeah, you fly across the level as he chases you. And there's a bit of RNG in this fight as well, where the cannonballs spawn or land. But it's not nearly as much as Crow. I think the worst RNG, between the worst RNG and best RNG is something like a difference of 2 seconds, so not a big deal. There is a trick that can be done after the third hit called Lava Fly, where you don't wait for him to come back out of the lava before reaching the other side of the level. You can do a particular, you can set it up right so that you can fly across that distance. Pretty risky though. Good reason not to go for it here. But yeah. So yeah, that's it's already World 2.
Very nice.
Yeah. The longest boss death ever. But yeah, still a good race. Okay. Now here's World 3. This will be the longest world for sure. And the first stage here is Barrel Bayou. Lots of rolling, lots of moving into barrels. I wonder if he's gonna go for the rhinoceros. Yes. Okay. Yeah, Ramby's charge can get you moving very fast. All right. Yeah, very nice. Ramby though can't keep him throughout the rest of the level. Got to ditch him there. Yeah, good rolling. Maximize the length of those rolls. Save them frames. Oh, so you may have seen him, or Zatox there, throw Dixie into that barrel. What that does is set up a super jump, which we're seeing the result of now here, so that Dixie can get enough height after taking damage off that cloak to fly across that entire gap. Saves like 10 seconds. Very well done. Yep, so Zocker Stew there is doing that as well. So I should see him take damage on that cloak.
Does it work similar to like super jumps in TKC 1?
Well, not well. There are super jumps, I suppose, but not ones where you set up with a team throw like that. What that does is get the second Kong into an airborne state. So it is a completely different setup, even if the result looks the same. So yeah, Glimmer's Galleon here. This is probably the hardest level in the entire game to optimize. There is basically infinite time save here because you want to basically cut those corners as tight as you can and not bonk on them. If you bonk on them, you lose a lot more time than you might think. So there's constant improvement to be had. So far as Atox here is taking these corners very well. And yeah, it's fun. Well, some people say it's fun to practice. I think it's fun to practice. Some people might say it's not, but it is really it's really cool to see done as optimally as Atox did here. So very nice. Nice goal swap underwater there. There would have been a hook in his way, one of those little barb from the puffer fish that blew up in his way if he hadn't paused a little bit. So during that pause, that is the optimal place to swap. All right. Crockhead is my favorite stage. Love the platforming in it. Oh, damage. In any percent, though, there is what we call a wrong warp at the halfway point of this stage, so that you don't have to do the second half. The second half is very difficult. I wonder if Zatox is going to go for that.
Probably.
It's not a very difficult warp. Oh, he is? Okay, so yeah. So what we want to do is... Oh, he missed it. Okay, so you want to bait that cutlass towards you until he swings at you, and puts his swords in the ground. All right, Soccer Stu could take the lead here. Nice. Yeah, so...
Yeah.
That warps you out of level. For some reason, when the cutlass's swords are in the ground, and when he pulls them out, the game is in a very fragile state. And if you take damage while the swords are in the ground, and then you shoot out of a barrel as he pulls his swords out of the ground, for some reason that would crash the game on the previous version of the game. The developers patched that in this version of the game, and just decided to have it boot you out of the level as a failsafe. But that's basically how a wrong warp works. It's very strange, but pretty cool trick to do. And a lot of people say this is the best level purely for the music, Rattle Battle here. The only time Snaky Shanty, I think it's called, appears. Well, it appears at the beginning of Glimmers, but yeah. Here it's all about, jumping at the most optimal times and bouncing off enemies in the most optimal positions so that you never have to let go of right. Not very easy to optimize. And the snake is, well, he's much more suited to vertical movement, and this is a completely horizontal level. You get to see a lot better display of his skills in a level like Toxic Tower. And his hitbox is kind of terrible. It's very possible to see to take damage at a point when you wouldn't expect. But yeah, nice goal swap there. Good level. Okay, so they're basically tied.
Yeah, this is really, really close.
Okay, so they're both going for the wrong warp here because, well, maybe, probably because what you've seen, another way to set up a super jump, which they're just showing off here, is to do a swap underwater, which they did at the beginning of the level. So now what they're going to do, the more typical way of setting up a wrong warp is to somehow get an invisible object. In this case, they're clashing beetles. Killing the beetle while Dixie still holds it in her hair so that she holds an invisible object. That invisible object, if you throw it in the optimal position, you can load a value into that bonus barrel that would shoot you into a zone that the game doesn't recognize and would also crash the game on a previous version. On this version, though, they patched it, and you get warped out of the level instead. That's a more conventional way of setting up a wrong warp. It was very nicely done by them there.
Oh gosh, look how close they are.
All right, Bramble Blast here is, well, the ideal, the main trick you want to that's done in this level are quick shots where you have a 3-frame window to shoot into the next barrel if it's already facing the direction that you want. Otherwise, you got to wait for the barrel to rotate. Oh, that's okay. That's damage. That damage might swing things here. Okay, so there is a trick you can do at that clamp on called vine clip, very popular. But that team throw by Zatox there skipped the entire barrel maze at the end, which is incredibly long. So we saved something like 20 seconds there. And now, going into the boss. Probably the most boring boss of the game, a lot of people would say. He just jumps up and down 6 times, and you dodge him and you throw a barrel at him. There's some tech to do in this boss called quick hits that save a few seconds if you want to stand directly beneath him and sneak behind him as he falls. Probably not worth it to go in a race like this to save a couple seconds. So yeah, it's just gonna be dodging until the end and throwing. If you miss a hit or a cudgel cycle or anything like that, you're losing between 10 and 15 seconds. Yeah, so I don't know how long they were doing these first 3 worlds for. Somewhere around 15 minutes would be a pretty good time.
Yeah, we don't have individual times on screen, but they probably have their splits each on their individual streams, so.
Well, I saw a lot of cool stuff here. These guys know their stuff. They did some studying for sure. But yeah, that's basically going to be the end of the DKC2 section for the race here.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, no, you guys did great. But yeah, collect the coin, and then that's when we consider World 3 to be done.
10 seconds apart right now.
Oh man, very exciting stuff. But yeah, that's that would be the end of the DKC2 portion, for the top 2 guys anyway. So I mean, I could hang around if you like, but I could also let you guys take over.
Well, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah, well, thank you. We have another commentator coming in now for Chrono Trigger. But maybe if you want to stick around, we might have. We're going for several more hours on this broadcast, so I imagine there'll be lots of people in DKC.
Well, okay.
Sure.
Well, do ping me. I will be around for a bit longer at least. So, but thank you for having me. I appreciate it very much.
All right, thank you.
All right. Good luck.
And welcome to our next commentator, Corporate Image, who is going to be talking about Chrono Trigger.
Thank you, Fiesel. Thank you, SpeedGaming, for having me. All right, everyone. We got Chrono Trigger going on, and the first and only RPG on the list. Chrono Trigger is interesting. It's got a lot of little tech that adds up over the course of several hours, but thankfully, we only have a short category here with Yakra, which is interesting because this is like Save the Queen, and we do it within the first 20 minutes or so. Alright, so starting off, you may have noticed you took the name single character, usually it's C, and we're going to rename every character that we come across a single letter to save time on text. So with Chrono Trigger, there's a lot of aspects to the speedrun. One of the main ones is movement. And what's interesting is the diagonal movement is the same momentum as the cardinal directions. So it allows you to go very quickly in a lot of places and execute a lot of skips. So we're going to pick up the necklace, give it to Marl, and then take her on a date, because that's what we do in RPGs. And we name her E, or whatever you feel like. I'm going to call her Marl. I know there's some contention and fan base, whether it's Marley or Meryl or whatever, but they're going to make their way to the shop, buy some tonics, a revive, that's good. We might see a difference in routing because there's two general ways to play Chrono Trigger. One is with manipulation, where you sometimes do glitches, and you can also do glitchless manip, and then no manipulation. I'm kind of interested to see what they're going to do. Each have their own challenges and drawbacks to doing so, but...
Zatox, at least, I believe, does do RNG manipulation.
Gotcha. Yeah, we'll see on the very first fight, the damage numbers usually are an indicator of whether they're going to do manip or not. You can see Zatox is kind of walking into Luca at the top there. That kind of speeds up the cutscene just a tad. Usually see that in some of the more world record attempts. Alright. Mini 1. Okay. So yeah, he put it on Battle Speed 1. Between Battle Speed 1 and 2, there isn't a whole lot of difference for short fights, but for longer fights, it can make a huge difference. And then he puts the... already have it on wait, so that they can take time to think about what they need to do in battle, should they need to do that. Alright, like all good RPGs, we're going to accomplish something great, and what could possibly go wrong?
Absolutely no plot twists whatsoever.
Yeah. This mysterious music is, you know, just for fun.
Yeah.
Yes, incredible. Zatox and Zocker Stu are so neck and neck. I've been watching since the Mega Man, and so it's been really close since then. So, great race showing case for every racer here today. Alright, so with the magic of magic, Marl's necklace reacted with a device that allowed you to displace your where you are to go to one machine to the next, so that created a little time warp. And Luca is puzzling out what could have possibly happened. And like all RPG protagonists, we're just going to take the thing and do the thing and be heroes.
We're just gonna take the MacGuffin and take it somewhere else and win.
Yeah, we're just going to travel in time, and nothing goes wrong when you travel in time. Nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
Yeah. With Chrono Trigger, it's a pretty well-balanced speedrun when it comes to cutscenes, action, and decision-making, menuing, those types of things. But for this category, we're going to see a few of them. And one is particularly long, but right after that, it's just action, action, action. So, alright, so we take Chrono to somewhere in the past. We don't know where or when, but we'll find out with by talking to NPCs if you choose to do so. All we know is that if we wait too long, enemies will pop up, but to speed that up, you just head left and 3 blue imps show up. So we'll see what kind of damage numbers we're going to see. Typically, you hit the one on the right. Oh. The right first, then the left, then the top. That prevents the blue imps from hitting you too much. But sometimes the D-pad's a bit rough. The 17, 32, and 16 usually indicate manipulation. Okay?
Yep.
So coming up is a really interesting skip. It's called Bird Skip. It's not a glitch. What you do is you go to the top of the bridge, then on a certain pixel on the left, you hold up on the D-pad instead of left. Very nice. And you just skip that encounter entirely. Should you hit it, it's just a minor time loss, but for this short of a race, it's probably going to be a major thing. Let's see if Soccer's 2... Almost. Very nice. Okay, good. So he got it as well, and there's a few pixels that work, so it's not just a pixel perfect trick, but you don't want to go beyond a certain boundary. Just saw Zatox very skillfully clear a lot of ambush encounters. By careful movement, you can avoid triggers. Soccer Stew's following up. And then we get cutscenes.
We love cutscenes.
Of course.
But yeah,
What's
it seems like Zocker 2 is also doing manipulation, if I saw the numbers correctly.
Correct, yeah. So usually you get a 17, 32, then 16 are the numbers. If you start a game with no save file, you will always be on RNG manipulation. Other than that, you have to do a quick input to start a new game, and it's like within 1 or 2 frames, and you get the same type of RNG. RNG is determined by when you start the game, there's a little timer that starts running, and then it repeats over and over until you start. So you try to hit a certain time frame on that RNG string, and then you can have certain results. So the main point of manipulation is to get critical hits to avoid having to do animations in battle. So probably see some
I'm
of
so
that.
fascinated that's possible in a race context where there's an enforced 45-second wait.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it makes it possible with the starting a new game file without any previous save files on there. So that's how one way it's able to do it. Okay, so skip the cutscene, but Marl was disguised as Queen Lean. A bunch of soldiers found her when she warped here, and they mistook her for the queen because they've been looking for her. But she disappeared, and it's kind of scary because she's like, my body's being torn apart, what's happening? And then she's gone. And in walks Luca to explain the grandfather clause. So yeah, not much here. She's just going to talk about how in the past, Queen Lean was lost and then was eventually found. But because the soldiers never found her, her descendants were cut off into the future, and Marl never existed. It doesn't really talk about the implications of everyone else in the world in the future, like Luca and Chrono, but we just focus on Marl here for simplicity's sake. But yeah, this is the really long cutscene. A lot of runners get very tired of this. I'm not sure if turbo is allowed in this race, but it would be
we
very...
do not allow it, no.
Okay, very nice, because that would make this cutscene a whole lot nicer. But mashing is indeed a skill, so... Okay, so we're going to come up on our first menu, and then go into the second battle. So there's a little bit of movement setup with the next battle. I kind of think of it as like making a G shape. Let's see. I didn't do the menu, that's alright. There's the G shape. Alright. Critical hit off the bat. Normally it ends with Luca getting a critical hit here. Yeah, okay. Very nice. So by being an RNG, these Rolly Riders do not take an action. You do a certain amount of damage and check, make sure it's the same, and then they're able to clear it. So with careful movement around the forest, you avoid a bunch of ambush triggers again, and then start this fight. Zatox is going to delay a little bit. There you go. So that Luca can attack while Chrono's attacking. This is something very major in manipulation to control when you get critical hits. And this is to set up this next Naga-et fight, which is a real pain and glitchless if you do not do manipulation.
Well, it seems like Zucker's either lost it or was not going for it. It seems like the last battle was different than Zatox.
Mm-hmm. We'll see what Luca does here. Okay, yeah, he did get a different result. So we'll see what happens with the Naga-et fight. Normally with manipulation, Chrono will just do a melee attack, and then they'll be set up perfectly to do a fire whirl to hit 3 of the Naga-ets. So we just learned our first dual tech with a combination of Cyclone and Flamethrower. Oh, okay, so he's not electing to do that. So when you don't do the manipulation, you just try to get 2 at a time. If you're lucky, you can get 3, but it's kind of rare. And these Naga-ets are a real pain because they have 2 attacks. One is to slap you, and the other is to slow you. And if they slow Luca, then it's especially terrible. Commentator's curse. Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah, Luca is one of the slowest characters in the game, so any debuff to her for her speed is just terrible. But Zatox did very well, cleared it very quickly. Let's see. Zonkers do... Oh, Luca got double slapped. Okay, no slow. It's a little faster. We're introduced to a hero. Lower thine guard. So this is Frog. His real name is Glenn. And of all the characters in this category, you probably don't have to shorten his name. I'll see what Zatox does. Because his name isn't mentioned very much from this point on. Okay, so he's still elected to do so. So there's only one more fight, at least I'm pretty sure, if they're going with the Manip route. One more fight before the Yakra boss, which is the goal of this. And that one fight is to get, well, yeah. Well, I don't know. With Manip, with non-Manip, you usually get a dual tech X strike. With manipulation, you don't get it. So it looks like we'll see what they're going to get. He's going to get a power tab here, as well as a weapon upgrade, Steel Saber. So power tabs permanently increase your strength by 1. We've already collected one in the forest, so he's going to usually use both on Chrono. But for this, they might give it to Frog instead. We'll see. So non-manipulation, you would fight those enemies that they just passed in the hallway. They give you revives as a drop, but also give you the necessary tech points to learn X Strike. Careful movement around the bats. Some of these hitboxes for enemies are deceptive. Others, well, deceptive in a good way, where like he's gonna pass by this bat. Oh, okay. So the bat was on a different cycle. But you could just like pass through the bat and you'll be fine. You won't trigger an encounter. So the ideal outcome for this fight for Zatox is Frog will get a critical hit at the start. Okay, it did not happen. So not on the RNG cycle. Then after that, they'll do a Firewhirl, take care of the hench up there. And then Chrono and Frog usually finish off the Diablos. But critical hits from Frog or Chrono will one-shot the Diablos, which helps speed up the fight. Nice. Luke is melee. She tries her best. Alright.
So they're not on the nip now. Are they going to be okay without that extra fight?
I do not know. I'm hoping for the best, because if it were me, I would go ahead and get some more dual tech points to learn X Strike and go from there. The manipulation requires that you get critical hits, but they did buy a few tonics and what was that, 1 revive? Yeah, 1 revive. Yeah. So just in case something goes wrong, they could revive somebody important. But yeah, this could flip really fast. Zocker Stew is a little bit behind, but he could have a lot better luck. More so than a Zatox. Alright. Oh, cleared it. Just showing off. So yeah, so normally in non-manip you would use a shelter to heal up to full, but they did not purchase one. That's fine. And then equip, but then use all your power tabs. So, and then there's a safety save right there. But so it looks like, yeah, Zocker, no, okay, not electing to save. Okay. All right.
I like the confidence.
Yeah, you gotta respect it. So here comes Yakra. It was the Chancellor the whole time. Who knew? Okay. So every boss in Chrono Trigger is a little bit of a puzzle. Yakra's puzzle is when he gets too close to a person, he will not do a counterattack. This Drew that he's doing, where he hits everybody. So in non-manipulation, you would kind of wait for Yakra to get close to Frog and then hit him with X strikes. Since they're not doing that, I think they're just going to hit him as much as they can. Yeah, Luca will do a Flame Toss for some added damage. Yeah, there'll be text on screen when it says Yakra is too close to counter. So that'll let you know you're in the sweet spot. This needle attack could do significant damage, could one-shot Luca. Okay, good. So Luca's alright. Oh, sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. Okay, Chrono's down, that's not good.
And that is why we have the revive.
Yes. It's optional to revive Luca, but you should almost certainly revive Chrono. He just has a lot more HP as well as attack power. Down goes Luca on Zatox's screen.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, this is dicey. Okay. So the revive. Zocker Stew did a tonic on Chrono to make him a little bit more healthy. Okay. I've seen some critical hits on Zocker Stew. So I might be, okay. This is so scary without another revive. We're very close to the end of this fight. Alright. Frog taking it like a champ.
I
I
think
can't-
Stu is slightly ahead on damage now, actually.
Yeah, I've not been counting both of them, so I know it's very close. I know Zatox entered the fight a little sooner, but had to do that revive, so should be getting very close to the end. There goes Zatox finished.
There we go.
Hello again.
Well done.
Oh, wow.
That was scary.
Wow.
Well done to both runners. All right,
Thank
thank you for
goodness.
thank you for having me. This was really fun.
Thank you for commentating.
My pleasure.
All right, well, we're moving into our next game, Yoshi's Island, the last game of this list, and we are joined again by guest commentator Traffic Talks.
Hello.
Welcome back.
This is gonna be a fun Yoshi's Island run with how close they are to each other.
Yeah,
But yeah,
the biggest
Uh,
deciding factor in this game will be the 1-2 skip, because that can cost a lot of time, because it's pretty hard to get consistent. So let's see who will go for it. I guess both of them.
yeah,
have to
let's
go for
just
that.
see who gets it first.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is also, I want to say, the first time on a Super 16 where we haven't ended on a full game goal.
And it was a hard decision. We really didn't want to do it this way, but it made the most sense.
Mhm.
You should have ended on full Yoshi's Island. TBH.
It's just 2 hours.
How long
It's
could
fine.
it be? It's fine.
Yeah.
Just the most technical 2 hours of.
Here in 1-1 you can use one of the Shy Guys to skip opening one cloud. And
Just
jump
like that. Very
onto the top.
nice.
Because opening the cloud triggers a cutscene where the plant grows. And now coming up 1-2. Here it's a possibility to spit a flower to the wall and then jump from it. And skipping almost the wall level. Which
Yeah.
saves like around 45 seconds.
Around
Getting it
that.
first try.
Yeah, think about it like a shell jump in Super Mario World or something similar.
It's pretty finicky.
Yeah, here we go at Satox.
Mm. It's not cooperating. So yeah, if you spit it too close to the wall, nothing will happen. If you do it too far away, then the enemy will just drop to the ground and you will not get the skip.
And Zokasu got
Oh
it.
my.
Got it.
Okay, we have a lead change.
Oh my goodness, of all the things. Whoop, whoop. There we go.
There we go. Oh, this is close now.
In general, the movement of Yoshi's Island, you usually do not want to go up or down slopes. You want to jump from them because they slow you down no matter if they go up or down. So you will see they will jump a lot. Also, if you make X, you want to do that in the air because otherwise they lose time. And also skipping the midway point, because they give you 10 stars.
They are safer, but at this point, with how close everything is, I doubt they will go for it. Every minor time loss can be the deal breaker. Yeah, seems like Zocus 2 is now 10 seconds ahead from Zatox.
What a turnaround.
What a turnaround.
Though that's easily within the margin of error still. This is not over.
No, it is not.
Nice one from Sokasu, he skipped the midway point. The jump is also pretty tough.
Ooh.
Here you see Tsokasu's aiming at the pot where the key is. So you do not have to move that so far. Oh, here Tsokasu's tried to jump onto the enemy to jump over the midway, but he got hit.
This is tense.
Sarox got it, nice. That boss fight you want to start with at least one egg, so you get the first hit immediately. Because after that you have enough time to farm the eggs from the flower.
Ooh.
Zakasu got hit. The problem with getting hit is that the game pauses for a few frames.
Zatox taking back the lead just because of that boss.
This is nuts.
This is what an ending of a race. I want to say 3-4 second difference. This is wow. Okay.
Here
So,
coming
yeah,
up an up scroller.
Yep, another scroller just to calm things down and definitely not add any stress whatsoever to the racers.
The only thing the runners can pay attention to is not to collect stars, red coins, or flowers, because at the end of the level they get counted up, and that loses some frames. But there's also a midway point again that they, of course, should skip. It's the biggest time loss in this level.
So yeah, I didn't expect such a close race during the whole thing.
No, that was really hard to call. There's enough things in this run that, like the whole race, that could have created separation, but they swung differently enough that it just smushed them together. This is really intense. I do not know what's going to happen. Any little thing could swing it now. They look like they're on top of each other.
Here, Zogosu's carefully not touching the red coins. Usually you can see them that they are a bit more darker than the other coins. Maybe on the restream it's a bit hard to see.
I'm not sure, but avoiding these red coins might just give the edge at this point. Alright, we're done with 1-5. Almost.
Three and a half seconds, I think, right now.
Around that, yeah.
Oh, Zogosu got hit. That's a big time loss. Because on this level you cannot save that much time and movement. At the end of this cave section there's a small skip. Again by not opening the cloud, instead jumping from the enemy. Alright, he's not going for it. It also doesn't save that much time.
Okay,
Neither one of
yeah.
them trying it. Don't blame him.
Yep. That damage just like made Zatox like just a little, put Zatox a little bit further, just enough. Like every minor mistake counts at this point. And 1-7, I think, can be a deal breaker for in this situation with RNG patterns, right?
Yeah, there are these fuzzies you do not want to touch. And yeah, there are RNG where they spawn. You can kill them, shoot them, and also want to avoid them. Oh, now
Ooh.
we got one. Another one. As you can see, the game pauses for a short time. And all
Zuckers
the
too also.
and all the ground
not
is now
getting-
slopes, so they have to jump all the way to not lose time on the ground.
They're really hard to avoid though. What?
Okay, well, we're on the last stage now.
Yeah, I guess the boss will decide the race. Because it's pretty hard to optimally kill him to get all the shots.
A little bit of a shambles for Zatox with that goal ring there, but he is still in the lead.
Here hitting the fish, so he will stop hitting the water. Sato's got problems to get into the right platform.
Okay.
Coming up the final boss of of this game in S16.
Yeah, let's see how this goes. I'm excited. This is way too
Should be a
close.
super fast one. This boss does have a fast kill.
Wow.
And GG, that was a nice kill.
And with that, we have our winner.
Yeah, that's a 255.39 from Zatox.
That is great. And that's GG's to Zuckers too. With
And a
255.
255.54.
54, yeah,
Oh
15
my
seconds.
God.
15 seconds.
15 seconds away in almost 3 hours. That is crazy. Big GG's to both of our top 2 finishers.
What an amazing race.
That was great.
Alright, I'm out for now. Thanks for having me. And
Yeah,
see you guys.
Thank you.
Thanks for commentating. That was such a good race.
I don't
Yeah,
know that
very
I've seen one end that close at the top before. That was
I don't think
such a roller coaster at the end there. So many little things.
I'm not sure if we've ever had 2 sub 3s in the same race. I think we've had a sub 3 finish before, but
Mhm.
2 of them.
I don't know. I'm not the historian here.
I wish I'd written this stuff down. So while that was all unfolding, there has been quite a tight race for third here. 3, 4, and 5, Super Taylor, Chrono, and Elnak. Chrono did manage to increase the lead a little bit, but there's still, I think, about 3 minutes between Chrono and Elnak, and another 3 between Elnak and Super Taylor.
It looks about right from what I can see on the screen. That's still really tight though. Like there's room for that to get closer, for sure. Does need a Chrono Nest to goof somewhere, but which I hope doesn't happen, but all the same.
Just looking for an audio source for us. I want to make sure we have someone without mic.
Have we ever had 2 lead changes in the final game before? I don't think we have.
I don't think so either. We tend to have lead changes maybe early on, but not so close to the end.
That was... I'm still a little bit like, wow. I think that was our closest race so far in the Super 16.
I'd
That was
be a
probably
little
the
surprised
closest.
if it wasn't.
Yeah, I think that was the closest finish for sure.
I have
Let's see
just
here.
noticed Skipsy is playing on either normal or hard.
Oh, yeah, no, that took more hits than it should have.
Yeah, and they also have 3 hearts.
Well, that's hopefully not gonna cause too much of an issue.
Hope not.
I wasn't watching Chrono's 3 Henge 2 Diablo fight. I don't know if he is still RNG maniped or not. It seemed like everybody on screen had one at least to start. Well, Olmec is taking a different fight than you would if you were manipping, so he's at least electing not to keep it. I forget what the damage values are supposed to be for the Yakra fight, so I'm not gonna know 100%, but no, he's not. He's not manipping. Where is he? Crap, I don't. I wish I remembered this better, but in my defense, I slept an hour and a half last night. There's a lot of stuff I practiced. I am not really up. Actually, that looks right. If that needle spin goes on to Luca, which no, he's yeah, this should be the manipped fight actually. So pretty quick, very safe compared to the one that our top runners went through.
Well, I can give a brief recap of or overview of where everyone else is right now. We have a number of people in Magical Quest 3. In addition to those on screen, we have Slim Kirby, Rayo, Oonoid are all on Magical Quest 3. Shadow Sid is on Final Fight. And then we've got Cyan Mache on Mask and Random 64 on Mask. And those are the next 8 people.
Very cool. And that is Yakra down on Chrono's side.
Mm-hmm.
One more to go. And he could tie up 3rd place. Bugs me slightly if the goal doesn't make you not rescue the Chancellor. But I get it. On boss kill just makes sense. Olmec is taking the Nashor fight. I think that means he is looking to X strike strats. So that'll be nice to see the alternative instead of manipulation or prey.
Yeah, and also got a revive, so that's definitely manipped, I think.
Uh-huh. If he goes for it, it's the much, oh, he's grinding him, the encounter. Okay. Then yeah, he is definitely looking to do X-Strike strats, which is a much safer and faster version of the Aqua fight specifically, but the extra fights you have to do to get there make it overall not as fast. And also, obviously, for the proper speed run, you want to be holding him in RNG manipulation for everything else that comes after, but even for here, this is eating a little bit of time to make sure that nothing can go wrong on the boss of the goal, which is smart.
Mm-hmm.
Because Yakra can very, very definitely chew you up and spit you out at these levels. If you get unlucky targeting. On the needle spins especially. And these 1-2 skips are something to watch.
Very nice movement from Chronones.
That decision to do grinding did put Super Nintendo practically on top of Holnack. Though he should pull away a little bit again during the fight because he's going for the more aggressive boss fight. I guess technically it's a less aggressive boss fight, but it's still more damage per second.
It's less aggressive by attacking more.
Yeah. Yeah, there he is. Close to Frog, now they're X-striking. So you see that's... $143. I think you do want to initiate it with Frog specifically because he should key off of the person who actually chose the combo about whether or not he can do counters, but yeah, no, it's not really gonna matter. I believe it's 4 of these to end the fight. It might be 5. I could be dumb. I'm known to be. Oh, I think it's 4, and then if Luca wants to get involved, she can end it, but, well, whatever, it doesn't matter.
Or maybe not, maybe it's more.
Or I'm way off, yeah, that sounds right. Okay. Yeah. You see why people do manipulate the fight, because
Okay, there we
a
go.
lot of damage you have to do, but yeah, there he goes. Still nice and easy, no danger whatsoever with that dual tech. I thought that was going to be the more popular strat on the day. But 4 out of the top 5 runners did not use it. Really nice Burt kill for Chrononess. Nothing too scary there. I think that his lead is big enough that he should comfortably pull into 3rd place without anybody seriously getting the challenge in.
I think so. He would need quite a time loss to suddenly cut 4 entire levels from Yoshi's Island.
Yeah, he'd have to like forget how 1-8 is laid out or something. Which is not impossible. It's confusing, but I mean, for as much as I know he's practiced, it's not actually going to happen. I suppose his controller could burst into flames. That would... But short of that, I do believe you were looking at our 3rd place runner closing in on the finish line. Still, how awesome is this? You've got 2 people finish within 15 seconds of each other, and then not too much time later, you've got 3 more people on the final game all at the same time. And Yoshi's Island is not one of those secretly 30-minute goals, so it's not a game where runners necessarily have to coalesce. This really did turn out to be a very even race. I am impressed. You guys did a really good job with game selection and goals this year.
We did what we could.
I respect it's really hard.
Yeah, after last year, we were considering just making it longer.
I wouldn't have complained. I honestly really enjoyed the really long, grindy, stupid goals from last year. I had a lot of fun with it, in retrospect, but...
We were trying to make it like... Yeah.
Yeah, like, next year maybe like, I don't know, 5 hours to finish?
Well, that's what we wanted this year, but I think we undershot. We just misestimated. We were trying to get it up to 5 hours this year, but...
You are all too good.
We just did a bad job of it. I'm sorry.
Good 1-2 skip from Molnak, only, I think, 5 or 4 tries, one of the two. Not very much within the still saves time window, since it is such a big trick. Shy Guys on Stilts is actually such a fun level. There's so many precise jumps that are like not flutter based that you need to get over slightly taller enemies, and it's neat dodging the goals, and especially getting through the cave sections I think is very fun. I like this level a lot.
Yoshi's Island is very hard to do optimally, but it is very satisfying when you pull it up.
It is just the prettiest game when it's played well. Ooh. Super Nintailor ate his flower. That's...
And okay.
a bummer.
Honestly, if they are trying to do 1-2 skip, that's probably a better outcome.
Mm-hmm. No, it's better to get back your enemy and give it a shot again. I think this is still, if he gets it quick, will be faster than going through the level normally. At this point, he's kind of committed. He can't really justify going through the gate, because the only thing slower than struggling on this skip is struggling on this skip and then doing the level anyway. He's got to trust in his practice. Oh, there he goes.
we go. Very nice.
That's still closer to break even than it feels like it ought to be.
Yeah.
It is not a short section in that stage. That's very narrow and twisty. You don't get to keep your momentum. So I'm not gonna lie, 1-7 terrifies me at the end there, because it's got an unavoidable flower, and while like 100% runners practice the timing for getting in that ring to make sure they never get a bonus game, usually anybody doing any percent doesn't really bother. You just jump in as quick as you can, which means that it's kind of
Technically RNG, you get
whether or
the
not you wind
bonus.
up getting the mini game, which would be
Yeah.
a big time loss. That's the kind of thing that could actually bring the race a lot closer, because those mini games, even if you intentionally fail out of them, are not quick to get in and out of. There's a whole big fanfare involved on both ends, more score counting. It's painful. Alright, good flutter. Jump, jump, and we are on the boss fight for Chrononess. Just about. Yeah. The way this quick kill works is there's a wall on the other side too, and the boss has a very big hitbox, so when you ricochet the egg like that, it hits him several times, and every one of those hits counts as a size reduction. So it very quickly brings him from massive and full HP to near dead.
Oh, that was actually kind of risky.
A little bit scary there, but he's got it.
That's GG.
That was
for our third place.
A time of 3:18:33. It looks like very cool. Super gutsy to focus on fighting the boss instead of picking up Mario.
Yeah. If you do kill the boss, Mario automatically goes to you, but that was very risky.
Yeah, because if you missed, that was probably going to be a death.
So I think our fourth and fifth places are Anak and Super Nintendo. Pretty sure.
I don't have the wherewithal to track everybody who's playing right now, but...
Oh no! Super Nintendo died on the boss.
Ah!
Game over! Oh no!
Well,
is that
the
just
good news is that this game does have saves.
Okay,
so
yeah, it's just a level reset.
It's not a full game reset. It does auto-save at the end of levels, so...
Yeah, I was scared it was like Super Mario World, where it's like you only get to save after castles.
Yeah,
but
no, luckily it's
fine.
per level. So it does mean he has to redo the fort, but it's not anywhere near as bad as it could be.
Yeah, out of all the levels to replay, 1-4 is not that bad, at least.
Still, he's gonna want that back.
Okay, back in the boss.
Come on, bud, show Bert who's boss. If you don't want to manage picking up eggs in between every cycle, if you've run out, runners can opt to do a ground pound there, which causes to put out 6 eggs at once. But it's not really necessary because you can't really make use of more than 1 egg at a time on a boss.
Mm-hmm. If anything, you might want it to like get more X for the next level, but the next level is 1-5.
Still not a bad
so...
idea, but with 1-5 being the next level, it's not that big a deal. You can sit here and casually eat enemies until you're full without losing any time. But in another world, it might have been something to think about. I'll not touch Fizzy. You know what happens when you touch Fuzzy. Drink responsibly, kids.
Alright, on to 1-8.
Alright, that's it. Just the castle to go, and then we know 4th place. I love the enemy designs in this game. They are so fun.
They really went all into the creativeness.
Yeah, these late stage Super Nintendo games are some of the coolest looking ones around. Is it? Careful.
Oh, so Alnek now has no X for the boss.
Oh, okay. I don't remember what the failsafe is for this. It might spawn small ones on its own. Usually
Yeah,
you have to hit it to get it
so.
to kind of shake them loose, but it's not possible to softlock on ammo in Yoshi's Island. Every boss has some kind of failsafe. I just don't remember what this one is. We opted to spend 2 eggs to shift the flower pot faster.
Yeah, there we go. They
Yeah,
just spawned
okay.
from the ceiling.
Yeah, okay. And from here on out, he can eat enemies, so it's... As long as he doesn't throw the egg into the invincible wiggle.
There we go.
Very
And
nice.
that's GG, our 4th place.
Congratulations, Olnek. A time of 3:25:53. So about 7 minutes after our previous runner. It's a good spread.
Yeah.
Last year, everybody had at least 20 minutes in between them, so... Super competitive race.
For sure.
Saw Slim Kirby appear on the screen, opted to get the allowance from Mom in Chrono Trigger, which means he is going to be purchasing some safety items. Which is good. Safety items make the game safe.
Yeah, I don't know if Slim Kirby is her 6th racer right now.
I don't know. Is anybody on Yoshi's Island other than Superman Taylor?
Let me check. All right, looks like... Oh, no. I don't think so. We got Onoid on DKC2. Skipsy on Magical Quest. Sid on Magical Quest. Cyan on Toy Story. And yep, I don't think anybody else is any further than who we see here.
Okay then. Well, then we very well may have the 6th place finisher on screen now. If nothing goes too terribly wrong. Which hopefully it won't.
Superman Taylor is closing to the final boss. I really hope nothing goes wrong.
Yeah. Got a little bit of trouble getting these arrow blocks to get him up, but we're okay. We're through. Plenty of eggs for this also. No ammo management whatsoever required. You can just machine gun this thing down and cross that there finish line. These are our Olympics. Who or what is a Steven Nedorozic? I bet he can't play Yoshi's Island. Huh. I did not know you could spit those things at him.
Apparently you can, though they don't really seem to
It
damage
doesn't seem to
it.
be helping, but he is doing it.
Oh, yes,
wow,
he
it does
does.
damage. I'll be darned. Look at that.
Wow, okay.
I learned something.
GG for Super Taylor, our 6th finisher, with a time of 3:30:25.
Congratulations. That is not a bad result for him at all.
Absolutely not. That was great.
Right, Slim Kirby very definitively not on the RNG manipulation, so for once I cannot make myself look like an idiot speculating.
So yeah, this is the fight that the bird skip usually skips.
Yep. It is not a very long fight. It's definitely longer and harder if you come back to this area later. Not that anyone here is going to do that, but you know, still, anything you can skip if you're confident in the skip is worth attempting. But it's also pretty finicky. It's a 1 pixel window you need to be standing on, specifically for the up movement to actually get you forward without pushing you through the trigger. I think some people even opt to do pause buffers to pixel advance until they're actually standing there. It was really impressive seeing everybody just kind of send it earlier. Like even the world record is buffering into that position to make sure he gets it. Mm. Mm.
Yes, more cutscenes. Our favorite.
It's the Super 16 RPG special. Secretly, like 50% cutscenes by volume. Actually, Chrono Trigger's not as bad as some of the other ones have been. When You guys did Final Fantasy VI. It was
Yeah.
I think we got into 3 fights in a 30-minute run. But I mean, what you gonna do? You're stuck at the beginning of the game. That's where they put all the plot. Looks like I don't know how to say that name. Ovanoid is opting to play the early DKC stages the normal way instead of going for warp barrels. I don't know if that's a comfort thing or
Could be. Either they don't know about the war barrels or they just think it's safer to not use them.
yeah. Skips you through the Cutlass fight. Very nice. Now on to the long part of the game.
Slim Kirby naming frog high as G.
That's not gonna save frames. But hi.
Hi.
All right, I'm working on getting some of our finishers in here to chat with us. So that should happen in a moment.
Cool, cool. Nice, Skipsy nailed the wrong warp. That little pirate enemy I don't know the name of.
Very nice.
Saves a good chunk of time. Oh no, it seems a bit trapped in barrel. Heck. This is not the funnest place to be. I don't envy them at all. But they're through, so thank goodness. They put such soothing music in those stages, and it's because otherwise they are just the most ridiculously stressful things on Earth.
They have to get you to keep playing somehow.
Yeah. And they do that with the musical stylings of Dave Weiss.
Hello.
Hello, I think I have a
Hello.
little bit of time for you guys.
Oh boy, we're joined by our top two finishers here, Zatox and Soccer Stew.
Welcome in, GG's, guys.
GG's.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Thanks. Tight race. Amazing too.
Were either of-
Where should I start?
Were either of you watching each other? Did you know how close it was?
Actually, usually I do that for the last Super 16s, but this time I wasn't because of we were talking a lot about that RNG loaded start this year, so it was not the best idea to maybe watch and get tilted or so. So I
Yeah,
wasn't.
like in the past, for example, when there was Super Metroid, I did check the stream just to know like, am I gonna do the hardcore strats now or not? But in this here in the end, there was no hardcore strat. There was the Chrono Trigger manip that we both failed apparently, and well, Yoshi's Island. So no, I also did not check out the stream.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't have been good to know how close it was. I don't know if that would have helped either of you. So what did you think? Like what went right? What went well? What didn't, in your opinion?
You may first.
Yeah, I mean, where do I start? Like, Bomberman and Killer Instinct, I mean, I was happy that I didn't die in Killer Instinct. It was very, very close. Like, last HP for Saber Wolf and me, I guess. But luckily it didn't happen. But yeah, not getting Pink Louie in Bomberman is just doesn't feel right. It's just it's very sad that you cannot manipulate anything or so. And other than that, like start was pretty fine. Kirby's Avalanche was surprisingly good for like how random it can be at times. And yeah, I even got a Power Rangers PB for like 2 seconds or so, I guess.
Not bad. I mean, for my part, Bomberman, I got the pink one. Sorry, was good, but I mean, up to Mega Man was actually amazing. All the games went very well. Kirby, the mask below 8 minutes, great run. Bomberman, really good. Killer Instinct, everything. Maybe Phantom was not as great at the beginning of the run, but then Mega Man. That was, I don't know. Things could not go any more wrong than that. And after, I don't know, like the bad thing is I had to play Toy Story on emulator because both my SD2 sensors had struggled with Toy Story. It always crashed or often crashed. So this also caught me a little bit off guard, I would say. Like my Toy Story performance was way worse than usual. But other than that, except for Chrono Trigger maybe, and well, the Yoshi skip in 1-2. I have never taken that long for that skip ever, but I would say that were the nerves. But overall, really a decent run, really great race too. Like could have not been any better, I would say.
Yeah, I was. We were talking before, and I was very worried that it might not be exciting to watch because it could have very well happened that we would finish like 3, 4, or 5 minutes apart from each other. But luckily, Zatox was not performing too well in Mega Man, as he told me. So it's it got tighter again. So
Throwing for content.
yeah.
Yeah, like I was told, it wasn't back and forth. Like Stu took the lead, I took the lead, Stu took the lead. Like sounds exciting. Like we're gonna do a watch party for sure about that.
It has been really close, like the whole race, even the more RNG heavy beginning.
Yeah, the only game I was very, very sad about how it went was Final Fight because I actually, like, it was probably the game that I enjoyed the most from this list, like the games I didn't know. And it was so much fun grinding it and always not really consistent, but getting a somewhat decent time. And then, like, these girl enemies are just too brutal to handle. I don't know how they act, like, how they are with their AI, I don't know. It's just so weird, and that you sometimes can stomp them pretty hard, and sometimes there's just no way to clear the screens.
Yeah, I was curious what you all think was, the game that you were introduced to that you liked the most of the ones you didn't already know.
Like for Zatox, I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
It's Doom actually. In the beginning, I really didn't like Doom. It was like, lag fiesta, dropping frames every, like, I don't know, 1 frame game. But actually, Doom is really, really good. I will probably continue playing that and maybe also some other categories. I believe. I'm very surprised about that, and also Power Rangers. Really, really fun game.
I was not expecting Doom as a response, but okay.
Super Nintendo here, by the way. I would
Hey,
actually
welcome.
agree. When I first started playing Doom, I thought it was horrible to try to play. Just all the input just was like a second later after I hit the button. I was like, how do I play this? But after doing it a bunch, I just kind of got used to it, and I actually had a lot of fun with Doom. I would consider continuing to play it, but I'm I'm not sure if there's any games on here I'm actually gonna keep playing. Maybe just The Mask, because we already did the full game, and I know I can do the full game, and it's a quick one, so I might do that one. I wouldn't say I really enjoy that game though. It's just I know how to do the whole game. What else? I think, yeah, Doom was fun. I actually really enjoyed Super Bomberman 3, even though it's really RNG heavy. The game itself was fun. Yeah, Final Fight 3 as well. I actually really enjoyed that one too. Actually,
Yeah,
speaking of
also-
Final
also-
Fight 3, and sorry, I made a huge disaster during the whole Super 16 run. I forgot to change the difficulty to easy, and I didn't realize till like level 2 or 3, and I was like, well, I'm in too deep now, and it looks like it cost me about 5 minutes forgetting to change the difficulty, which kind of sucks.
Oh, that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Yeah, funny thing. When I first played the games casually, like for Doom, I did not know that you can change the difficulty level, and I was playing it, and I was like, "There's no way I will ever be able to run through this game because the enemies are so brutal on any other difficulty than the one that we played. It's like basically impossible to just run through." I was so frustrated and thought, "Nah, that's it for me this year." But luckily, someone told me, "Yeah, you can change the difficulty."
The same actually happened to me. I was starting to learn it, playing it, and try to run through, like watching seasons and the other runners' TV, and I was like, I'm getting hit way too much. There are also some more enemies. I don't know. I must be doing something wrong. And can't be like this. But yeah.
The other thing I didn't realize from Doom was you could actually run, sprint. I did like 2 full runs of it. Then on Zatox, I actually watched your VOD just to see how you were doing it. And I was like, how is he beating level 1 in like 16, 17 seconds? It's literally impossible. And eventually I realized you could run. I think I was like watching controller inputs and stuff, because I think you had a controller cam. I was like, oh my goodness, I'm an idiot. It's like the noob bridge on Super Metroid.
But yeah, amazing list this year. Really good one.
Yeah, I felt we kind of try to stay roughly chronological. And this set of games, they were kind of weird. Like there wasn't like a lot of really obvious things that had to be in it. I mean, something like DKC2 or Yoshi's Island or something. But other than that, we really had a lot of options for what we could pick. They were all kind of at the same like level of notoriety.
I was actually expecting Judge Dredd also to be in it, but luckily it was not the case. Because I think it's also around that time, I believe, like The Mask. And also kinda, I think, in the US, famous game, kinda, more or less, I don't know. But I was betting on it, basically, that Judge Dredd is gonna be in it.
Well, it may be in the next one. We'll see.
Oh no.
I mean,
So
this
the
has to
last
be one of the...
thing-
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. You can go
No,
on.
I was just gonna say this has to probably be one of the strongest, like, in terms of quality of games, one of the strongest, like, end games to a Super 16. You got Donkey Kong Country 2, Chrono Trigger, Yoshi's Island, all at the last 3. Like, that's actually a pretty strong end game for quality of game, I'd say.
There was only one list that was better, and it was Super 16-4. With the
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
Lost
was the
Levels,
last 3?
Mega Man, Secret of Mana, and so on. That list only had bangers, but I mean, can't be every year like this. But
Yeah,
this
bangers
time,
like
amazing.
cool spot, right?
Hey, cool spot also very good actually.
Yeah, those are some good games.
Yeah, the last thing I wanna say is that even though I hated it in the beginning, and we were very scared of it. Like both Zatox and I were very scared. Like before the race started, and we were waiting. We're just doing Kirby's Avalanche like an hour straight, basically. And I really enjoyed the game because luckily there's I don't know, like a safe way to be good at it without like actually knowing what to do. If you just do that stacking thing, like I don't know how to call it. And
Like it is for stairs.
Yes, yeah, exactly, and that saved us so much because if I would have had to like be really decent at these Puyo Puyo games, like would have been no way to actually get a good time or anything.
Yeah, thankfully I didn't lose to any of the enemies on Kirby's Avalanche. But I did spend like 2-3 minutes on level 3, I think, that stupid tree. That one gave me trouble. But I didn't actually like lose to any of them, thankfully.
Well, I'm just glad to hear that overall, all three of you enjoyed this list.
Yeah, they're fun games. I enjoyed the learning process. I think I made a lot of mistakes in the actual run, and I'm gonna assume some of it has to do with probably having the stream open and like trying to pay attention to where other people are and what the chat is saying. That's probably why I forgot to change difficulty for 2 different games, and why I was dying in spots I've never died before. Next time I should try to just leave everything closed and just focus on my game, but I don't know, it's fun to see where other people are at and what people are saying.
Yeah, so the list was very nice. The only thing that I have to throw in is that I've never played such a bad racing game in my life.
What?
Like, there's no way.
You mean that Mario Kart clone? Oops.
Yeah, maybe. like even the driving part from Toy Story was better, right?
They should make that a full game, just the driving part in Toy Story.
Oh, that's just Micro Machines.
But I gotta call it a day. Thank you for organizing. It was a blast to have it. And I will definitely be in there next year again. Unless there's another Bomberman game, but let's not hope for it.
Yeah, so also, thank you from my side. Like, thank you for the commentary. Thank you for this great event. Always fun, even though always fun to participate. Even though I haven't participated in the last 2 ones, I kinda missed it and was very hype and looking forward to the next one already.
Congrats to both of you on sub 3 today.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for racing too. We wouldn't be able to do anything without racers, so.
Yeah, hope you're working on that result sheet again.
Just don't delete your streams and maybe.
All right, I gotta take some work and we'll put them in my sheet somewhere, so you don't have to do it all by your own.
Aw, thank you.
Me too.
All right,
so
later.
have a nice day and GG.
Have a good one.
You sticking around, Super Nintailor?
I'm just seeing what's going on. I might have to head out as well, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna call it. I have to do something, actually. So, yeah, thanks for hosting this. I'll be back here next year as well, for sure.
Awesome. Well, congrats on top 5 finish.
All right, thanks. Well, I'll see you
Thank you
guys
for
later.
racing.
Take care.
So it seems like Slim Kirby is going into 1-6, and I think Ray just finished 1-3, I think? Was that 1-3? I'm not sure. But yeah, definitely your top, their next 2 finishers, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so looking around here, we do have 2 people on Chrono Trigger, and then we have Sid is on GKC2, and then Sinana Shea is on Power Rangers. So I think those are the next 2 people besides who's on screen right now.
Not too bad, no forfeits yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised. We actually have two people that I know of that are racing this blind. We have McCann and Infinite Mystery. And just looking in on those streams, it looks like McCann is on Super Turrican 2. Okay, pretty good. About a third of the way through the games. And
That's
Infinite
really good
Mystery.
blind.
Yeah. And Infinite Mystery is on Phantom 2040, looks like, at the 4-hour
Okay.
mark.
That game can be confusing blind. The whole map select thing is can put you in some interesting situations. I think
we don't.
I'd probably call that the top 2 roughest blind games.
Yeah. We don't really design this list for blind racing. I mean, we don't discourage it, but like we're not specifically like putting in games that you'll be able to figure out if you're just playing this with no knowledge. So it is very impressive when someone is able to do that.
Well, if anyone is gonna be able to gut it out, it will be IM.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So Yoshi's Island uses the FX chip, right?
It does, yes. That's how they do the
There's like rotating platforms that you jump
yeah.
on.
There's rotating platforms. It's what does the fuzzy effect, and it's also how they do the transformations into like the helicopter and digger and all those sorts of things. It's all
Okay.
using that chip to give the Super Nintendo a little bit of extra oomph. Leave it to Nintendo to just show total system mastery at the end of the life of a console.
Yeah.
It is a masterpiece. It's such a shame that not as many people played it as earlier games. So I think it stands up to any Mario game you can name.
There's a lot about it that makes it seem to me like a game that wasn't originally intended to be a Mario game, but I wonder what the intention was. Like, because it does feel like, I mean, it definitely has a different art style, obviously, but even the gameplay style feels a bit different than, like, say, Super Mario World.
That's true.
I don't know that it's a reskinned game. It's just that this is a game that I might look at and guess that that's the case.
That's entirely fair. I'm honestly not sure.
Honestly, I do think that it was made with Yoshi in mind. I just think that calling it Mario World was just a marketing technique at the end.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, I would agree with that because the movement mechanics are very, very Yoshi. Like if you look at Super Mario World 1 and then you compare how you control Yoshi in that to how they work in this, it feels like a natural progression of the movement tech and the ideas behind Yoshi. I think they just felt bad for how many people dumped the poor little guy down pits and were like, well, actually, Yoshi's the star.
actually, this is Mario World 2 now, so you all have to play it.
Yes.
Slim Kirby going into the final boss of the race.
Kirby working smarter, not harder, just riding that arrow all the way up. Let's see how his fight goes. And if he too will spit slimes. Good first hit. solid third hit. Really good 4 too. Yeah, nice. That was multi-hits on 3 out of 5, with the 5th one being a finisher, so yeah, really, really solid. Excellent finish.
That's a 4:05.17 finish by Slim Kirby.
GG's.
6th place.
Very strong showing. I hope he's really happy with that. Now Rayo's on his way through 1-6, so really not too far behind. 4 more minutes and we should get a 7. Nobody at all opting to do the platform skip to avoid the flower spawn.
Yeah, that one is quite a little bit more difficult than.
Yeah,
the
even compared to
one
1-2 skip, it's advanced, but still, I thought there was a chance somebody was gonna go for it just for showing off.
Probably a bit too risky.
No, I don't blame him. It's the right call objectively, but still, I wanted to see the flash. Fuzzy, touched.
Busy God.
Once again, PSA, SpeedGaming does not condone the recreational use of fuzzies. Please consult your local laws to make sure. One line using extra extracts. Looks like Skipsy's using the manip. Or at least manip-like strats.
And Ray, you're going into the final boss too.
Nice, here we go. That thing looks so delicious before it's big. Just the most decadent lemon custard of your life. Oh, I want to eat it. I'm so hungry. Very nice. 2 tap on the way for it. No, 1 that time. Oh, into the iframes. Good, got a 2-shot there. Eating up some slimes. Ooh, nice, a 3-shot.
That was
Very,
a great
very sick
final
finish.
shot.
That was so cool.
That is GG for Rayo on 7th place with a 4:10.57.
Congratulations. What a finish.
Yeah, that was great.
I think that's the sickest final hit anybody's managed so far.
Oh wow. Both Onoid and Skipsy just killing Yakra at the same time.
Yeah, they are right on top of each other. We've got another very exciting entry into Yoshi's Island. We keep winding up with these tight little pods. This is so interesting to me how many times people have clustered in an overall run that is so full of RNG breakpoints. I mean, like, over the course of 4 hours, you do kind of expect luck to normalize, but still.
Maybe not this much.
Yeah, having so many people be within seconds of each other is like, that's really unexpected. You don't anticipate that. They will, in all likelihood, be finishers 8 and 9, unless something really bad happens, which I don't believe is going to be the case. Which means we're really close to a top 10. Nice to get potentially a top 10 finishers inside the length of the stream. Certainly that was not possible last year.
And welcome to Slim Kirby, 6th place finisher in this race.
Hey there, congratulations.
Hey, thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
All right, so how'd your run go, in your opinion? What went better than expected, not as well as expected?
I was very, very satisfied with my run overall. I was short of my, like, overall PB from, like, all of my practice times and everything, but, I did PB 4 of my, times in the race today, and, you know, still finished, like, my goal was to get under 4.5 hours, and definitely did that, and was really, really satisfied with how the run went overall.
That's really good to hear.
Yeah, and as far as the stuff that went well, my PBs were Kirby's Avalanche, Mask, Donkey Kong Country 2, and Magical Quest 3. As far as the things that went terribly, you probably saw at the end there. I mean, I wish Yoshi would have gone a little better, because that was the one game that I actually have, like, some kind of speedrunning experience with. But, just messed up 1-1, and then my jump got like eaten in 1-6. So obviously that was a little annoying, and had a very, very close call on Chrono Trigger. I don't know if that was caught on broadcast or not, but like that got really scary too.
I think we had you on stream at that point, but I don't remember it. What happened?
Basically, in the Yakra fight, I was down to just Frog, and had to just barely hang on there at the very end. Had to keep like healing like twice every single like move he had to make, just so I could just stay alive. And got a few lucky crits that thankfully finished the boss off before I got finished off myself.
Oh, that sounds super scary. If it makes you feel any better, Zatox had basically the same fight.
Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. But no, like I was really, really satisfied with this run. This is my 5th Super 16, and for the first 3 I did, like I finished like basically right as the broadcast was ending, so around the 6-hour mark. And then last year I finished 9 hours in, because it was a really, really brutal set of games last year. So, you know, it was nice to actually, you know, finish and actually be able to come in and actually talk about my run for once. So it was kind of nice to, you know, actually have this going on. And overall, I thought the list was a great list. The only game I really hated playing was The Mask, honestly. That's the one game I really hated playing. But all the other games were great. I think the goals were very well established for a marathon format like this. So I just had a lot of fun with this list. Practicing it was fun, and then, you know, actually just having a good run on race day was actually good for a change.
Anything from this list that you'd consider continuing to run after this is over? Maybe you're learning more of the game.
I would like to see more of Phantom, because that was one game that really surprised me. It was definitely a game, like, if you jump into it, like, for the first time, you have no idea what you're doing. So I pretty much had to, like, watch that while, like, you know, looking at a guide for it. But I think it actually controls pretty well. It has some really neat speed tech to it, and I love the idea of, like, having, like, multiple routes for, like, each chapter and everything. I think that's, like, a really cool aspect of that game. So, might be interested in seeing more of that. Aside from that, there's not really a whole lot else. I'd like to play more of Doom, but like I don't really like how the Super Nintendo version feels. So I'd probably, like, you know, if I'd play more of that, it'd probably be like the PC version or something. But
Yeah, they made that game for other systems besides the Super Nintendo. You should check out the PC version if you've never heard of it.
Or any other version.
But no, I mean, even with how badly that controlled, I surprisingly really enjoyed that challenge too. It's just, again, I hate getting stuck in a wall like every 5 seconds.
And you were already pretty familiar with Battle Racers, I assume, so that was no big surprise to you, right?
Oh yeah, totally. I mean, Battle Racers, that's like the most common, like, SNES game on this list for sure. So. But no, that game was interesting too. I don't know if, like, any, like, you guys played too much of that, but like the sound kept, like, disappearing in that game. Is that like a emulator, like, issue or something? But like,
probably. I think it happened to me.
yeah, like for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th race, every single time it's just like the music it just isn't there. All I hear is the sound effect of the car whenever I'm drifting or turning around the corner. So it's like,
yeah, no, that's definitely not normal.
okay,
It is a chipped game, so it might have
okay, that makes
glitched out on
sense.
you.
That makes sense. Yeah, might play more of that too. Just because it seemed pretty simple, and we already did like the 3rd cup anyway, and I was like, might as well check out the easier ones and the final one afterwards. So.
Well, we've got 3 different games on screen right now. Is We are kind of at the point where people are kind of spread out a bit more, and we're going to be seeing a bit more variety of what's on stream. But it looks like these are the only people who are on the last 3 games right now. I see that Sinon is on Final Fight 3, and yeah, Random 64 would have been next, but I see that they're offline now, so I'm not sure what happened. And then Feta PG is still working on Doom.
Yeah, I don't know if Fede is also going blind.
They were last year.
Ah,
Oh.
okay. So with 3 blind runners, I should have brought them up before.
I know Mikan's doing it
Right.
blind too. And,
Yeah, Mikan and Infinite Mystery.
Mikan was on Mask when I stopped in briefly before I jumped on here, so he just started
And
that.
still is. What do you think of, like, from a blind racer approaching this, what do you think would be the real trip-ups, if you can imagine that?
Definitely, like as I mentioned before, Phantom, just like knowing where to go and everything, I could see that being kind of confusing. And then I know when I first did the Doom challenge, my first registered time for Doom was 50 minutes because I just couldn't find any of the keys or figure out where to go. But like, you know, getting kind of stumbled up in that, and I think obviously the mask just in terms of pure difficulty, some of those bosses are just brutal to take down if you don't know like the quick kill strats and everything.
I agree, those are the easy top 3. Doom is a weird one because we're allowed to play it at an easy difficulty, but when you press start game, it starts the game and doesn't put you on that difficulty, so for a truly blind runner, they may just never find out.
Yeah, that's true. It may be worth in future races just putting together like a little like cheat sheet for just the biggest gotchas, because I know some people, you know, obviously some people are purists about doing a game blind, but I think in other cases it might be helpful for some people to not get stuck on something like that, because it is almost, I'm going to say almost unbeatable when you start getting to the higher difficulty levels.
Yeah, I remember, kind of unrelated, but I remember on one of the Tiny Tents we had Wario Land 2, blind runners didn't know that the game is 10 minutes long if you just don't do anything at the beginning.
Right, yeah.
So
yeah.
it turns from 10 minutes to 3 hours.
Yeah, I see then Taylor saying Chrono Trigger, and I agree that one could also be kind of brutal. I don't think there was a guide provided this year, so I just watched what Soccer Stu did in his video for his practice session a few weeks ago, and just kind of tried to copy that as best as I could. But even then, like, there were some fights I just could not skip for some reason. So
If you go onto their speedrun.com page, Chrono Trigger's got a really extensive spreadsheet of strats and breakdowns for the RNG manip, for strats that don't use it, any of the categories. It's an extremely well documented game, but you have to go looking for it specifically. It's not well advertised.
Yeah, because I know that like RPGs have usually had like a resource in the Super 16 server like every year so far.
I'm sorry, I should have hunted that down and linked it this year. I knew it was there and I got lazy. I apologize.
Nah, don't worry about it.
So when are you guys going to do Final Fantasy V? It's a SNES game. It's an RPG. It's a good one.
Yeah,
I know its time has passed, but come on.
We still have to go back and play pieces too. So like, I mean, come on, we can go back a little bit.
It's got a step route.
Yeah, we were focused on late 1995, later half of 1995, give or take. We go outside that range a little bit in order to create some balance among the genres, but there's not really a lot left looking down the list. I mean, 1996 had a couple of SNES releases, and
You are basically
1997 had...
looking at the end of the created games, unless you are going to do a big spree of Brazilian fan soccer games.
Don't give us ideas.
Going for decades, but
Well, what we'll probably do is go through again and just do the golf games, and that'll get us another like 5 or 6.
I love golf games. I'm fine with that, by the way. I'm cool with that.
I'm excited to see what will happen when chronological release order is no longer the be-all end-all of selection criteria. I think there's a lot of really interesting potential lists that can be made if you go back in time. And not just of good games either.
Right. I definitely second that.
I'd say in a lot of cases it was hard because we had to miss a lot of RPGs because we just can't have like too many RPGs because they just take up so much time in order to be able to give them a good showing. So I would say of all the types of games that we had to pass by with, you know, a tear in our eye, RPGs were definitely the most.
They're very hard to include, I agree. I think what would be really interesting, if you don't mind speculation, would be the possibility of providing a save file that would let you start somewhere after the beginning. Because a lot of times with SNES era console RPGs, once you get past the intro, you wind up opening a lot more of the meat of the game. Movement and battle mechanic wise, and you could potentially make some games that are otherwise unsuited be pretty cool. I know it's a kind of a weird and contentious issue to do something like that, because how do you ensure that everybody's on the same page? But if you could make it work, it'd be pretty neat.
Yeah, there's. I mean, the closest we've come to that is we did allow a race file in Super Metroid when we did that, which is not. It's not that much into the game. You're just skipping
series.
And series, all right, just to make it save a little time. But there are a lot of games where it's actually pretty easy to have people either like, because there's a warp code or something like that, or a level select code or something like that, where we could use the game again and just be in a completely different part of the game.
Mega Man X3 Sigma stages only.
But you're right that for RPGs it maybe makes the most sense because there is that sort of like linear beginning part of an RPG where they're just kind of introducing the characters and getting you used to stuff, and that's not always the most fun part to speedrun.
Interrupting a bit, Owanoid finishing on 8th place with a 4:28.58.
GG.
GG's.
Woohoo.
Owanoid.
And Skipsy on 1-7, so we are very close to a 9th too.
Yep.
Heck yes.
Started Yoshi, so yeah, 10th as well.
Let's go. There's a word in the middle of those two words that I can't say on this channel. But I fought it. I'm excited.
I will say the most agonizing weight of this list, though, was the 2 minutes of Mega Man 7. Like, I got so tired of waiting through that in practices for that game.
It's not a fast intro
No.
among Mega Man games. It actually hurts its popularity among speedrunners pretty bad.
I can imagine.
Which is a shame, because otherwise, when you get into it, it's a really fun game. It's got very neat movement. I really
So what
wish
you're
it was more
saying?
popular.
So what you're saying is that for the next list, we should get like 16 RPGs with the longest intros and make the goal simply watch the intro.
Yes. It's going to be the closest race of all time. It comes down to text mashing.
I mean, when Chrono Trigger's intro is faster than Mega Man 7's, that's really saying something, though.
It's a little faster if you play the JP version. But not a lot. The animations and sound rules are definitely the meat of it.
But with that, we have half of our racers finished right now. At only 4.5 hours. Pretty good.
Yeah.
My chat was actually pointing out that there's actually 16 racers in this event, so it's like we are the Super 16.
You sure are. Actually picking up 16 goals and learning all these things and being confident enough to put them together in front of an audience like this, I think is a really big accomplishment, and it's not free. Any time that you manage to get to the end of one of these, I think you should feel accomplished. I really wish I could have raced this year. It just did not work out.
Yeah, well, that's the other
But
thing.
I've had fun up here.
IRL.
Yeah, I think you mentioned that you just weren't feeling the games that much this year or something, or
Yeah, I mean that was part of it, but I also just kept having life circumstances that were like, well, I can't really prioritize this over that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like my cat got really sick at about the halfway point, and I was just like, okay, nope, nuts to this, we're done.
Nah,
I can't.
Yeah,
I can't
that's
focus.
fair.
Because I will say, like, I had like a lot of like my friends who have like watched me do these events, and I had like a couple who were really interested in actually doing this list because they just thought all the games and just the goals themselves just seemed very doable. But even then, just obviously real life does take a priority, and you are devoting quite a bit of not just a single day, but if like you do practice, you're devoting all that time to practicing as well. So it is definitely a tall order for sure.
And to put up a good performance, it does take the better part of 2 months.
Yep.
Yeah, it's also rather overwhelming approaching a big list like that. I used to race in the Big 20, and I always found that the hardest part was like at the very beginning when there's just so many games. It's just a little daunting to know where to start, and then to like the stress of like you take the number of games that you haven't practiced yet, and you're like dividing by the amount of days that you have left, or dividing that into days you have left, and you're like, oh man, I have to do these like huge games that I waited to the end in half a day I have to learn each of these games. So yeah, you really, it's a lot about like time management and to not get like too obsessed with the games that you're putting the most practice into, and like to try to keep spreading it around.
And Skipsy is finished in 9th place with a time of 4:33:59, it looks like.
GG,
Congratulations.
GG.
Another top 10 finish under 5 hours.
Nice. And I'm about to swap in our first of the blind racers. This will be Mikan coming in.
Awesome.
But yeah, that's one thing that really helped me with this year's list is that I've played and beaten like half the list before this Super 16 anyway, so having that experience allowed me to just kind of focus more on the games that, you know, I didn't know at all, stuff like The Mask or Phantom that I'd never played before, and was able to kind of devote more time to, you know, getting at least competent with safe strats for those games, and then kind of mastering the games I already knew and learning some skips and stuff for the games I didn't know yet, so that did make this list pretty accessible in that regard.
Oh, Sinan's using Lucia in Final Fight. That's exciting. For mysterious reasons, I liked her a lot better than Guy.
I really wanted to use Hagar, but like Guy just felt faster all the time.
Understandable. That would be sacrificing speed for fun, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Mikon made it through stage 2.
And it seems like Siren also. I don't think they did the shortcuts for Final Fight.
Doesn't look like it.
They
This
didn't,
is not
no.
a stage they should be on if they followed the fastest route.
Yeah, this is the other stage 4. It's insane how much of a time difference that route is, though. This stage is so long. Stage 3 is so long if you don't break that sign.
All right, it's time for the question on everybody's mind. Will Sid touch heaven?
Yeah, since I took a death in 1-6, I went out of my way to touch Fuzzy, because, like, I'm gonna just do
Nice.
it, whatever. Oh!
I respect it. Ooh, he's using watermelon strats. I see.
Is that our first Fuzzyless Yoshi's Island?
Hey everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, GG.
Oh, welcome. Yeah, congrats.
Thanks. Oh my god, what a struggle. But I hope you all had fun watching.
Yeah, well, first off, what do you think went well for you? Like, what games were you happy with your performance in?
The games I practiced the most, I have to admit. I practiced the most Super Turrican and Donkey Kong Country 2. Well, I made some slight mistakes at the second boss, right? But yeah. And Mega Man 7 was great. Like, I had such I always join these Super 16s to check out some new games that I could like learn and play. And this Super 16 brought some really good games that I might fully learn in the future, like Donkey Kong Country and Mega Man 7. And the last years had Lion King that I'm not sure if I participated fully in that one, but it made me learn Lion King, and I had so much fun with it. And Dracula X was a great game too. I had so much fun with Dracula X.
Were there a lot of games in this list that you hadn't really had much experience with?
Magical Quest, like I just couldn't get into it. Like I played through it once casually, and I wanted to do more, but yeah, life came in the way. So I had the first 2 weeks where I practiced so much, and I had like Toy Story was okay. Like I could get through the game. Super Turrican, I learned so much, and made me like repeat myself, right? Like I started the games that I wanted to probably learn, and Doom I learned before. Like I looked at the PC speedrun, and that was pretty fun too. So just a small like games I learned. Final Fight was a real struggle. Like when I first started it, I lost like 6 minutes in stage 1, and that's really demotivating, right?
Yeah. If you could veto one of the games on this list, just cross it, put a big line through it, what would it be?
That's a really good question.
You only have to do 15 games in this race. What are you doing? What are you not doing?
That's like probably Magical Quest. It's the one that I really didn't enjoy. Like I just wanted to like get through it, right? I think the first Magical Quest is a much better speedrun. Like how the game is set up, how the stages are set up, and the second one is kind of a bit of a problematic speedrun. It was in Super 16 before too. That's why I know a bit about it. Because everything is manipulated in the second game, so it's just basically an auto-scroller, right? Like you just learn how to perfectly play through the game with the full manipulation, and the moment you lose manipulation, you lose a lot of time due to the bosses that are just giving you random patterns where you can't hit them, and yeah. And the third one, it just like the enemy placement was kind of random, I feel, right? At least that's my opinion on it. So I'd veto Magical Quest. Also, one shout out that I'd like to give to this list. Sorry that I'm interrupting, but I loved Doom. Like I loved Doom in this list. It was
Everybody
great.
keeps saying that.
Yeah, I'm really surprised that seemed to be way more people than I thought really appreciated Doom.
Also, just real quick, we do have our 10th place finish. Sid managed to beat the slime with a final time of 4:42.28, so that is our top 10.
GG.
GG's to everybody.
GG's.
And I think we don't have anyone on Yoshi's Island right now.
No. I'm trying to decide who to pull into the stream here. We have 2 players who are working on Doom. And I will try to get Sid in here for an interview if we can.
Now that I'm watching the restream, I'm very happy that I made it through the mask.
Yeah.
It's so punishing when you we're doing the gun attack, right? That was probably explained during the stream, but I'm just gonna repeat it anyway, right? So just we all know what we're talking about. The gun attack is the strongest attack in the mask, and it costs 100 mask points. But if you get hit during the animation, like not at the start, just in the middle of it, right before finishing, then you lose the mask points, but you have not done any damage. And on the later boss fights, like the one that Mikan is currently at, it's incredibly punishing if that happens.
Yeah, I had to use a bunch of slide attacks because the same thing happened to me. I lost all my mask points on that, so I had to just keep doing that until I got them down.
The game's even ratted around getting those really finicky double hits out of that, so you can not have them eaten and still wind up stuck on these bosses because they have so much stinking HP.
Yeah, that's absolutely true for this boss as well. Like, I've never understood how the double attacks work, and I don't think I had gotten one in my run. But I was very careful about not getting hit during this, so that was fine too.
They're really
And the
finicky.
last
It's
boss,
like very pixel-based positioning, depending on which boss you're actually trying to do it with. I mean, for this
absolutely.
guy, you have to be like exactly in his backpack, and you can double hit. Otherwise, it'll just be a single.
I like his strat, Mikan's strat. Like, he knows he's low on HP. And he also... he lost... He was doing a loop really well for the longest time. That was great.
Well, we are joined by Sid, who rounded out our top 10. Welcome, Sid.
Hello.
GG's.
GG's.
Congrats on the finish.
Thank you.
So how did that compare to your practice? Some people do better than in their practice, and some people do worse. How'd you do?
Definitely depended on the game. My Mega Man and Toy Story were pretty awful today. Between the two of them, that was an hour. I had to restart Toy Story. I think I died to every boss in Mega Man. But most of them actually were doing pretty good, at least on par.
Had you practiced all of them adequately, or were there games that you really wish you just had more time with?
Definitely wish I had more time with some of the games. I've spent probably the most time on Yoshi's Story and Donkey Kong Country lately. And those went faster. No complaints about those two. I'm envious of the Doom speedruns that can do 6-7 minutes. I think mine was about double that.
I mean, that's better than a lot of people. Doom seems to be the real sticking point for the folks who were playing this blind, so at least your practice did something for you.
Yeah, and I know Doom. I go to QuakeCon just about every year, and that's a big Doom and Quake convention. And the Super Nintendo one's weird to me with controls and the...
All right,
layout.
it's hard on a controller, yeah.
Yeah.
So how familiar were you with the games that are in this list? Because, I mean, some of them, obviously, we've all played, but a lot of them not, I would assume.
I've casually played some of them before. Bomberman, Killer Instinct, Kirby's, Mega Man. Other than that, Chrono Trigger, I played a lot of. And the rest of them were pretty much new or had very little experience on. it was fun to learn some new Chrono Trigger strats because I haven't tried to ever speedrun that. That one's intricate.
Yeah, I was glad to see that people were trying to do the manipulation, despite the fact that it's just a short goal and we only have a little bit of time to learn it, but it was cool to see people really take that one seriously.
Yeah. That and the wrong warps were, I think, the two things that I mostly took out of this from the Donkey Kong. Like, ooh, those are fun. I'll probably put those into actual speedrun attempts.
Anything on this list that you'll think you'll continue with?
If I'm in for the abuse, probably Donkey Kong Country 2. I know that one's a tough crowd for speedrunning.
Yeah, and there's a lot more to learn too, beyond what you've done already.
Yes, considering the first two worlds are basically just shortcut barrel to shortcut barrel. I might learn the NU% for that. I think that one's a little more fair. Probably the most interesting game in this list, as a discovery, was Super Turrican 2. That game seems to have everything. It doesn't know what it wants to be.
It's a lot.
A little bit of Bionic Commando, a little bit of Metroid, a little bit of Mario. A little bit of Contra. I can't believe some people are running these blind, though. Like Phantom 2040 blind. Oh no, and the Mask too. Those are both just... You kind of have to know where to go. It is not kind to indirections.
Yeah, in games like that, I always have to draw maps. I cannot remember what doors I've tried, things like that.
My first blind playthrough for Phantom 2040, I was soft locked myself for a good hour and a half. I could not figure out how to leave a room. I didn't have the upgrades needed to leave the room, but somehow I got in there. Put myself in a bad spot. I didn't even need to go there. It's not necessary for the speedrun at all. I don't know. Hopefully everybody had a good time with it. I tried to help. I just give whatever notes I could and made some splits. I'm glad to be finishing.
Yeah, just finishing is already an accomplishment, so congrats.
Thank you. Definitely GG's to all the runners. This is not an easy challenge.
It very much is not.
Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't had any forfeits. Everyone seems to be going strong.
It's a very hardy list this year. Of runners, I mean.
This is my first one. I've watched a couple in the past. Do other speed gaming events mostly.
So I think last year there was only one forfeit.
Well, that's not bad at all.
Considering how brutal that list was, too.
Considering several people needed to play for like 21 hours.
Isn't there like a 32-hour or something on the list from last year?
I think so, yeah. Somebody did need to, like, sleep on it.
Literally, yeah.
I hate this prison cell area that Nikon's on right now. Those enemies are just so brutal to get through.
That Mask is such a cryptic game. just altogether. Like, exits where exits shouldn't be. And inevitably, they're going to actually do the whole level 6.
Yeah, I have not seen that stage at all, because once I saw that skip, I'm like, okay, I'll just do this, so I can play as little as this game as possible.
On my practice the other day, I accidentally missed the skip and fell down the hole. You cannot get back up.
Oh no.
Oh.
It's a long drop. Like right off that ledge. That's a reset. Yes, I have no idea how to do that level.
I mean, I guess you could just die and respawn up there.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. That's smart thinking.
I was actually really annoyed in my mask run because it was completely deathless except for like this level where I just randomly ran into the pit accidentally, like right at that checkpoint. So that my one death
so
was a
easy,
bottomless pit. Not even the bosses. The pit.
I think that was my death there today too, actually. I just had the L and R both held down and came out the gate and whoop, into the hole. Oh, I bet they're thankful for the infinite lives.
Yeah.
Which was a late addition to the rule set. Very fortunate.
By late, we mean like 30 minutes before the race.
Yeah. I'm excited to see them get to the last boss, though, because I don't know how you do that one without knowing the cheese.
Like, I didn't even beat that the fast way. I just found that the super slide like pushes them out of the room, and I just use like, okay, I'll just slide into them, restore, and then I'll just gun attack them, and then when I'm out of charges, I'll just super slide into them again. It's slow, but it gets the job done, and that's all that matters.
Right. It's just not fair having a full map AoE that does.
Yeah.
At that point, you know, like 1/7 of your health.
Absolute payback, you could say.
I'm gonna have nightmares about that sound clip. Payback time.
Payback.
This boss that they're on is fairly difficult too.
He'd take like his attack range is like half the screen, so
Yeah, if you don't know the horn cheese, you can't really get the guns off super easy. Kill you before you get all 6 shots.
yeah, I think my run today was the first time I got the quick kill where he didn't get an attack in at all. So like I was really, really happy that I actually nailed that on screen.
Nice. Hey, they did the horn thing. Maybe they're listening to stream.
Like, okay, they said something about the horn. Let me get
Oh, neat. That used the minigun on the Hell Barons. Haven't seen that before.
You almost have to go out of your way to pick up the minigun by that point. I think that's.
I think
in
it's
a
almost on path.
Secret room. Like one of the rooms you drop into, get the minigun, and all the doors close up when enemy spawn.
right in the middle of level 4. Yeah.
I only learned last week that Yakra doesn't counterattack if one party member's dead. Just not something I ran into in casual Chrono Trigger playthrough.
I did not know that either. That would have been nice to know.
You ever wondered why he stops counterattacking towards the end? Just because one of your party members is probably down.
Much kill there.
Pretty much how my run went, although mine was a little more tighter than that. I will put him on Yoshi.
Yeah, once I found out that that's how he behaves, I try to keep Luca very low health going into that fight. You can get like an attack off and then no more counters for the rest of it. Definitely the second hardest boss for Mask.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like Fede is also done with Doom.
That'll be a nice breather for Kirby's Avalanche. Unless they've never done Puyo Puyo before.
Not such a nice breather.
Yeah.
The game is the most hardcore versus mode I've ever played. Versus calm, I mean. They're usually so crazy bad at the game, but even little Poppy Rose Jr. can just like combo your butt to death. It's
And remember that's on easy difficulty.
yes.
Mm-hmm.
You just right at the bat, the very first guy on easy can win if you do not know what you're doing and set up well. I think that is nuts. That would never happen in like Tetris Attack.
Yeah, I swear, like on the last 2 weeks leading to this, whenever I practiced Avalanche, it was wispy. Like every single time would get like a 5 or 6 combo, and it's just like, how is he doing this, and how is it wispy every single time? I do not get it.
My first playthrough on practice for Kirby's Avalanche, I did it on normal. And the triple and quadruple combos come fast and hard.
Mm-hmm.
It took about an hour just to get through stage 5.
Yikes. It is a, I said this before when it first came up in the race, but the fact that it is 5-color Puyo does make it extra difficult. The competitive Puyo community is not a huge fan of this style of the genre, just because it creates so much extra variance just with that one more color. You you can't build reliable chains fast enough to get them to go off when and where you want. The odds of garbage blocks falling in and forcing you to reroute on the fly, though of course if you get really good, then you start using those garbage blocks to build chains and yada yada, but the patterns you need to be able to build are so hard to track and take so much practice. It's just not worth it in the context of a race like this. You either already know that stuff or you're not learning it. Stairs for life.
I learned stairs.
Yeah.
that was it.
That's the lifesaver that makes this whole thing possible.
I'm extremely familiar with Tetris. Junk on Tetris doesn't bother me at all, but yeah, it seems like any junk on Puyo Puyo just is unrecoverable sometimes, especially if it's a full line across the top.
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, I guess I'll just die.
That, or you just have one garbage block and like there's just one place where you don't want it to fall, and of course it immediately falls in that particular spot.
It's also fascinating how slow the junk blocks actually are to accumulate when you do get a huge combo. It just dumps them in packs. So depending on the enemy's screen layout, you can wind up not KOing them with what should be a full screen fill.
Right. Like, oh, they just randomly didn't have the third column like stacked up at all somehow.
The AI does seem to favor the left and right sides.
I think Mikon figured out the.
Every one of the CPU opponents in Avalanche has a specific gimmick.
Is the gimmick murder?
I mean, basically, yeah, but they build differently. Like, the Poppy Bros do it. It is trying to be the intro enemy, so it, goes a little bit slower than a lot of the other ones, but it has a slight side favoritism with an emphasis on trying to keep the line more or less even. And then I don't remember Wispy's, but after that you get like the Kabu does this weird center falling stack thing. The Broom Header builds up both sides to the literal top and then chains it in the middle so that it will... Like, it should be a noob strat to do this, but when it does it, it just keeps chain killing you because magically everything lines up perfectly. And then Squishy uses a variant of stair building. And I don't know beyond that. I do know that if you play this a little more casually and actually read the text between all these fights, Kirby is a very foul-mouthed trash talker.
Yes, he is.
He is so mean to everybody in this game. It is weird.
I mean, the story for Wispy is that he's trying to, like, threatening to step on his roots and whatever, like in the cutscene.
Who says that?
We're gonna see level 6.
I've never seen this level before.
Oh.
It exists. See, that's the fall I was talking about.
Okay, I gotcha.
I guess you could die there, though. That's a smart strat.
Turns out there's a level here.
As far as Wispy's strat, I believe Wispy's strat is just they quick drop basically the first 4 rows of blocks on like the very bottom, and then they start going slow, so it's like they have stuff to work with at the beginning.
That sounds right.
I swear Wispy has hard drop.
Yeah.
Look over there is like, no, I can't drop that fast.
Yeah, see, like he's trying to step on the roots right there.
Also, Shay, that's the Kirby's Avalanche for implying that one of the stage bosses is of a lower tier than a bunch of random
Yeah.
non-powered enemies.
Block fell right on those blues over there. Okay, at least got him free though.
Nobody's up to the bird fight. We are closing in on what is very likely to be the... Well, let's never say never. But possibly the last person who can finish in the usual 6 hours these things get. Stream-wise, anyway. Obviously, the race goes on until the race is done, but...
Yes,
can only take up
Dynamite.
the Speed Gaming channel for so long.
If they're really good at Donkey Kong Country. I'm
You never know.
That bad. Yeah, they might. Look up sub 6. They know the shortcuts.
That helps.
They do the wrong
a lot of
one
time out.
too. No, okay, they're just doing the normal.
This is scary.
Is there a trick, the second boss in Donkey Kong Country, to get to the other side with the Dixie Flutter after the third hit?
I don't think so. It's just normal movement.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I was just missing the edge when I was practicing that strat. Enough times that I didn't go for it in the actual race. Like maybe hit it every 1 out of 5. And outside of that, I just straight up missed the ledge. Wow, this mask level is wild.
Did that just take him back to the beginning?
Yeah.
Oh,
Close
jeez.
to it.
Oh man.
That's rough.
I'm
Yeah.
glad I did not play this level.
It's giving me Aladdin Genesis dungeon vibes, and I do not like it.
And then Taylor says there is a way to get to the far right side without grabbing the hooks.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about.
Oh, okay.
Where you
Okay.
team toss up to the left cave and then jump spin across so that you skip a cycle. Is the bowling cannonball already on that right side?
Mm-hmm.
It just seems really dangerous.
Right. Come on, just play your horn, Mikan. Oh. What you have to do.
Yeah, the trick you're referring to does come down to movement, but it's not not free. You have to have very well-timed spins after the team toss, and also it needs to get the right height for that to be possible. So it's like not race safe at all. I don't think anybody went for it on the like the upper end of finishers. Everybody played it safe and just did that cycle.
Saves a lot of time, but yeah, I don't think that's agreed race friendly
Saves less time than dying, though.
for sure. Put that on a bumper sticker. No, that might be Grim on a bumper sticker. Put that on a video game T-shirt.
It was a aphorism Lahulk taught me some years ago. Slow is better than dead. No, slow is faster than dead, sorry. Don't mean to misquote. I am not going to have any idea when Makan is actually close to finishing.
Yeah.
This is blind for us too.
Yeah, no clue how to get through this level.
What do you mean there even is a level?
Oh, they have a checkpoint too. They couldn't
It's
even...
surprising to me too. Who put this here and why?
It makes me wonder if
It
there's
doesn't
even
look
a
fun.
boss. It makes me wonder if there's even a boss for this level, because, I mean, normally that's like the trigger for ending the other stages.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's the door trigger.
No, he's through.
Is that it?
That's it.
Oh, nice.
Smoking. Nice.
Okay, well, there you go.
No boss. Okay, cool.
And for the fun part.
Hang in there, Mikan. Just one more nonsense thing to do.
And then you get Mega Man nonsense.
And then you can play Mega Man 7, a game which will only kill you a bunch.
The jumps in that game do not belong in Mega Man. Like the way it's floaty.
Could have probably PB'd in that today, but like there were just so many jumps that it's just like I had to keep like it's like, oh no, okay, I'm not gonna, let me try this again. I just don't want to die.
I did something today that I've never done in Mega Man games for 7 in the practice. That was grab the rust jet.
Oh, okay.
And just cheesed all the
Yeah.
the hard jumps with rust jet. No, go back in the same thing. Oh, and go in the loop.
The joys of playing this game for the first time.
That's the rudest event in the entire game. Like, no hint that you're supposed to just go back in the same one you came out of.
Although that was apparently the solution for the last level, like, for the right door, so maybe that'll help them find it sooner.
Also, the floor hammer spots in this one are not easily visible. Don't know what you're looking for. Sign and finishing up boss 2.
Oh, fed is through Kirby's Avalanche. Awesome. That wasn't anywhere near as bad as it could have been. Especially for a first time. Way to go, man.
Very good.
Now, possibly for the last time today, here come the fuzzies. Come on. Get him. Yes!
Oh.
Oh, we dizzy.
He dizzy.
Shoutouts to Guilty Gear Strive.
Just hitting all of them.
Touch all the fuzzies, get all the dizzy. That's the strat there.
Is that faster than the watermelon seeds?
Depends on how you move. The watermelon seeds take time to collect, and you do have to slow your movement down to spit like a good enough spread, so it's sort of a trade-off for safety. Because like getting dizzy creates lag and also creates a bunch of slopes which slow you going up and down, you need to be able to move entirely by jumping. So like I would say that on average for most people, watermelons are the most consistent way to get through that, but the fastest way is to... Well, I guess the fastest way is to not get hit, and the second fastest way is to get hit but have good movement anyway.
What you're saying is get good.
Yeah, unfortunately that's what a lot of speedrunning boils down to. But especially in platformers like this, precision platformers, the fastest solution is almost always going to be to brute force technical movement rather than doing anything clever. Slide jumps are faster than rush jet, and so on and so forth. But I don't think there's any shame in being smart instead of just slamming your face against the practice ROM for 80 hours. Especially for 16, you've got limited practice time. You've got 15 other games than the one you're on right now. You don't need to learn the best things for everything to be really good. And if you are that kind of person, it can even wind up hurting you in the end when you don't know any good backups and you don't get the strat on race day. Shoutouts to me.
I think a slime climb comes to mind for backups. That's the wrong warp. Okay. Backup character fling. Missed that. Okay, there's a character throw. I still feel like I don't have a great understanding on how the character switch out of water preserves.
That is not something I'd be able to tell you.
Sometimes it seems like it keeps it. Sometimes it seems like it doesn't. This Super Turrican 2 has a troll moment too with the second level. Like, if you're not able to grapple across the top, I'm not sure what the backup is.
Death.
Yeah, this is. It doesn't look like there's any ways to like get back. You're just stranded. Other than dying, or like taking a continue.
I hate when the enemy that Mukon's dealing with right now is like right there. That's so irritating.
Ooh, he was so close to the.
At least the checkpoint at the very least.
And just like that, our 11th finisher.
GG's nobody.
Grab that key. GG, nobody 23.
Now this may just be my bias for being a Yoshi's Island, like having actually speedrun the game before, but even though I loved all the like goal lengths for like everything else, I kind of wish that we'd have done one more world for Yoshi's Island. Just kind of went too fast for me. That's just me.
I mean, I agree. I love Yoshi's Island and wish people would play more of it, but it would significantly increase the length of the goal.
Yeah, for sure. I get that. But the selfish Yoshi's Island lover in me wanted more.
Does the second world have anything akin to like the flower wall jump?
I believe in the fort level, the 2-4, there is a pretty significant skip where you can like skip like a very long section where you have to like go through a bunch of rooms, get a key, and then go to the locked door. You can kind of like clip through like a wall to get to a door a lot faster. I think it's actually more consistent than the 1-2 skip, which I didn't even try for in my run, honestly. I was like, I'll just play the level normally.
Got it second try today. I was so proud of myself.
Oh, that's
attack through
awesome.
walls,
Nice.
though, so I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about this guy.
Okay, nobody has officially done, so now the official time for that 11th place run is 5 hours, 28 minutes, and 3 seconds.
There is one mistake.
Congratulations.
Looks like we do have infinite mystery on Doom still.
Hang in there, I am.
Such a hard one to go through blind.
Mm-hmm.
Every level's a maze after the first one.
Random 64 has still not gotten back online. They haven't like forfeited or anything, but at least like on their VOD, it seemed like they at least made it to the mask. So at least the first 3 games have been cleared by everybody, it seems.
Power up. Flamethrower. Active roll. Active roll.
Oh my god. It's not an obvious great.
Okay, it's payback time.
Man, got fingers crossed.
Hope it doesn't take too long for Nikon to figure out that those notes are recharges.
He has collected a few of them, so hopefully it registers.
Your mass power doesn't go back up over 100. I tried that same thing too.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I just stall him.
Like I said earlier, my start was just sliding into him back and forth. I was trying to grind.
Seems to be what he's trying.
And if you do like, if you hold L and R, like so you're doing the super boost, and then you slide, you'll actually get knocked away. If you can actually knock him out of the room entirely, and you get like about 5 seconds to kind of restore. Okay, he has realized the health restore.
That's gonna help a lot. Thank goodness. He's got this. All it's gonna take is time.
Simon knows the barrel skip.
Simon is on the cudgel fight, so should be wrapping up DKC at least. Not bad.
I think they're just gonna barely miss sub 6.
Rebound activated.
Last 2 games alone take half an hour combined.
Yeah, I think it's gonna take a teeny bit longer than that, but still really solid. Hmm. Nice. Goal down.
Very well done.
Impressive.
That was not a bad cudgel fight at all.
And Nikon's slowly building up more health than they're losing, so that's also going pretty good. Just again, will take a while.
Yeah, the guy's got like 900 health, I think.
It's yeah, I
Which is
believe that. I believe that's the amount. Yeah.
So silly compared to everything else in the game. Like, what were they thinking? They wanted it to be hard, I guess, but like this just.
Well, you can restore health and mask energy here. It doesn't change. It
Oh,
takes
yeah,
forever.
but that doesn't make this fun.
The fact that you have to like just to like, and this is if you get all the Milo locations too. Like the fact you have to cycle like through like 3 or 4 like whole gun rounds just to get him down. If even that few, probably. even
It
more
is.
than
It is
that.
literally not possible with all the power-ups in the game to beat him without recharge. It, like, what a boss design. What a way to end your video game.
Yeah.
No one really smacks of, we want people to pick this up a second time from Blockbuster. No, 1 week is not enough to beat the game. You need to buy it again. As if I would.
There was a Games Done Quick some years back that had the developer on comms, like one of the creators of the game, and they had no idea about the level 6 skip.
That had to have been funny. See that.
Wish I could have seen that.
It's up on YouTube, but
Well,
true.
it's
Suppose I could just
the
look it
year.
up.
Like the only year the mask was run, probably. Ten years ago,
Oh, jeez.
2014.
Flamethrower activated. Flamethrower.
It's funny. There's the developers obviously on a stream delay, and so like the whole crowd's just laughing at the skip. They're like, what happened?
What happened?
Oh, that's not supposed to happen.
You know that level that you made about that?
Highly recommend watching that run anyway, though.
I think I
good
will. I
insights.
mean,
It sounds really fun.
yeah. Especially now after actually playing through this and everything, it's just like, oh, okay.
I think what's most impressive about this Nikon fight is they're going to first try it the first time.
Yeah,
they see the
that's
boss.
right.
Which is hard even knowing the strategy.
Yeah, it took me several tries, and I knew about that from watching like the tutorial too, and I still died.
I'm really impressed they figured out the note thing as quickly as they did. That has made all the difference. I don't think it's obvious by any stretch of the imagination that those are even interactable sprites.
The game tries to hint at you with the
They
band members
do.
earlier in the game, but you don't even touch those half the
Yeah.
time.
Oh,
Got him.
Oh, we
That's
got
it.
him.
GG.
Jeez.
Smokin' GG.
I mean, that's like the last major confusing wall in the set of 16. You're going in
Yeah.
blind. Maybe Power Rangers.
I think Power Rangers is fairly straightforward.
Yeah, the bosses.
At least as far as getting through it. The bosses are
Yeah.
kind of, well, the mirror guy's kind of difficult. I don't think the cannon is hard even on a first playthrough, but
I had trouble with the cannon.
It's
Learned
really that's interesting.
Yeah, before knowing the sword strat.
Right.
Just vanilla, it was hard to get punches on because the spikes are right there. Like, okay,
I mean,
well, you
that's
jump up on
true,
the thing and then
but-
he shoots you. Like, how am I supposed to hit this guy?
Casually, I thought it was just you had to wait out the platform and ride it and then punch him in the face, but sorting is better. But still, it was like the number of attacks he's got are so limited. I think it's at least possible to fluke your way into a one life clear on him blind. The thing about Power Rangers is that it's very linear. The inability to get lost from now on in the race list is really big.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're truly blind to Chrono Trigger, and then that can take a while too.
Gotta go hit up all the shops. It doesn't really spell out that you're supposed to go to the castle in Chrono Trigger.
Yeah. That and the pianos. Not necessarily obvious. Hint or no hint.
Also, the one random NPC that at the beginning that's supposed to like let you go to the Luca's display.
True.
Oh, hitting that shop, yeah. I found out today that if you spam A while Devon's talking, it will queue up his message as many times as you hit A. Never ran into that before. Like, please let me talk to Luca. Nope. I'm gonna have his message 20 more times. And it's not even talking to him. I was trying to talk to Luke. It just didn't finish his first dialogue. And I'm not getting the bridge skip either. That's hard. It looks so free in speedruns.
Yeah.
Trying it, it's like, nope, that's not free at all.
I don't know how I don't know how many pixels you can do that with, but they're few.
Stage, spread shot activated. Flamethrower.
Alright, well, I think that's my cue to go. It is very late here.
Alright, man. Have a good one. Thanks for all your work today and for your part in assembling and running the whole,
Hey,
race.
props to Fiesel for being the one that organizes it in the first place. But yeah, hope you enjoy the rest of the race. Have a good one, everybody.
See you
Yeah, have a good
later.
night.
Flamethrower.
Oh, okay, well.
Stage, run, 4.
You caught us through the most difficult part of Mega Man 7?
Yep.
The longest intro ever.
Have ladies and gentlemen. Finally, gameplay.
Well, I also learned today, Super Turrican 2, that in this level, you can manually detach your claw. And just fall.
Yep.
Oh.
Missed a button input.
That's
Lock the
news
claw.
to me.
Yeah. It is not locked on. You just take the L.
Oh dear.
Oh no. Yeah, this level goes by Mario rules. Left to right.
I will say, because the first Super 16 I did was the Super 16 that had Super Turrican 1. So it was really interesting seeing like how the two runs differed, where you played this one pretty straightforward, but like for the first one there's like so many different like skips and like clipping into the walls and stuff that you did in the first game. So it was like two very different experiences for both Turrican games.
Yeah, this one just seems like standard platforming fare. Not a whole lot of like.
Yeah.
Skips.
I don't know what it's like past the goal, but yeah, it's quite.
That's true. Yeah, this was significantly shorter than the first game's goal.
As far as I'm concerned, the game's done at the goal.
Yeah, that's good, pretty much.
Yep, just the one boss. Very short game. I guess 3 bosses. Although I feel like the quick kill for this boss right here was a recent discovery with our race community.
It was not known about at all before. I think it was Soccer Stew posted about it. The Super Turrican 2 speedrun scene not developed prior to it becoming a race game.
Oh, okay, gets it down. Super Turrican done for fair.
Very nice. It's another game clear.
On their last life too, so that was clutch.
I'm not sure where the continue would set you off there.
I don't know, and luckily we don't have to find out.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of those where I got lucky enough to just finish it without it ever getting to that point in my practices, so.
I wonder if Infinite Mystery is looking up the playthrough videos.
On your salt suit.
They paused for a long time.
Spread shot.
I would. These levels are nuts.
Spread shot.
Doom.
Isn't this level 6? Or
5 or 6, yeah.
Yeah, I think it is 6. And yeah, 6 is massive, and you have to get all 3 keys for it, so. They are approaching the end of it, though, looks like.
Just one more switch to hit, and then that'll be the end of that. One thing that makes Doom surprisingly approachable is the fact that once you beat a level, you never have to go back to it.
Yes, always welcome when that happens.
On your salt suit. Spread shot. Down. Rebound. Activated.
I'm curious since neither of you were on stream when we were originally talking about Mega Man 7, but now that Mikana's there, what was your route through the 4 bosses? Would you open on?
I'd have to pull up my splits because that's how I know.
I started with burst and just went in weakness order.
I started with
Oh, with burst start. That's interesting.
Yeah.
the lightning start.
Yeah, I thought about the lightning start too, but like I just felt like Burst Man was more consistent to take out without having much damage being done to me.
Hmm. Well, Cloud Start is obviously optimal because it routes in Rush Jet pre-Burst Man stage, which is a big time save, but
Yeah.
it's one of the more difficult ones to do optimally. I expected that the choice was going to be between Cloud and Blizzard, though, because this is the other stage that you can do about equally as fast Buster only and then revert to weakness order. So I'm really interested that you found Burst Man to be more approachable
Yeah.
on empty kit. That's so neat, actually. Glad I asked the question.
Fedwin Little Tooth is not stopping Turrican, by the way.
Oh no! You're good. Move on.
I think Mikan did the same thing because I rated him after I was done with my run, and like and he's like, "Do I stop here?" I was like, "Yeah, you're done."
My Mega Man run today was pretty disastrous. At least one death on every boss.
Not an easy game.
No. Well, not every boss, every level.
Okay, well, it's all the same. I mean, it's pretty much the same as far as I'm concerned. I do think that in Mega Man 7 especially, the levels are the bosses, and the bosses are just kind of there.
Right. Yeah, for sure.
This is the game where they actually introduced the whole animations for being hit by weakness thing, which is where Mega Man bosses kind of lost some of their mystique.
Yeah.
Well, there's sprinklings of it in like the X games, but not really. There's still a lot of hyper technical boss fights in X1 through 3, but MM7, it's hit with weakness win. There's
Right.
slightly more nuance to it than that to get the fastest fight, but it's, you know, a lot more approachable than it used to be.
Maybe we'll get one of the
Stages,
X
though.
games next time.
I still haven't done X3.
That's a great game.
It is very hard. Think of all of the speed games, it's possibly the most difficult to pick up.
I feel more comfortable with that than 80% of games introduced
Then
to me
which
in this one. Like, the list today.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Outside of
that's
Chrono
fair.
Trigger and Bomberman, yeah. But I have far more time on X3. Mega Man 7 or need the rest.
I mean, in the end, yeah, games you know over games you don't.
If we were running Final Fantasy 3 today, ooh boy. Watch out. Hey, another chain gun kill.
Oh man. There should be a lot safer. Oh, I like this a lot.
Oh yeah, this is actually really
I am the
pretty
genius.
convenient.
Too wide.
Nice.
I think I finished Doom with like 13 health, so that was kind of scary because I got
Yeah, that-
rocket blasted.
That's optimal.
It is optimal, but like
That's
it's
just
still
shy of
scary.
optimal, I
It's still
thought.
scary.
Fiesel was saying I think you need to be sub 10 HP to skip the,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
dark room.
it's sub
That's-
10, yeah.
Fewer hits to take the death to end it.
Well, true. Less health is better,
Yeah.
paradoxically.
And like the Castlevania games that tick down your heart at the end of the level.
All right. Infinite Mystery has one more boss to beat, which is figuring out that there is more stage after this little area.
Just gotta touch the floor.
You can do it. You can do
Yeah.
it. No, no. Other way.
Despite what it looks like, the floor is not lava.
Come on. You're so
There it
close.
is. There it is.
Yes.
Make sure you look on the front, see the button. Yep, there it is.
Look at the button.
Just like charged right into it.
Oh man, stairs. Oh
Jump in
man.
there.
What
Come
does
on.
this button do?
Yes. Now you're in a dark room, you can't see anything, and you're dying. Hooray, you did it.
Yay, you beat the game. For the challenge or whatever.
It's like, uh-oh.
I'm glad this cutscene exists, otherwise I think a bunch of the blind runners would be like, oh no, I need to do it again.
Yeah.
Roll level. Diamond coming up on the end of a Chrono Trigger.
Big crab down. All right,
Actually-
folks, we are rapidly approaching the 6-hour mark. We have about 20 seconds before we hit that. That is our time for today. I have been warned that we need to start wrapping it up, so if you guys would like to give final shout-outs and
Really, the only shout out I'm going to give is I just want to thank Fiesel and the rest of the Super 16 crew for putting this on again another year. I've always loved doing this, not just to experience games and new games I haven't played before, but really love the community interaction as we all come together to kind of, figure out the fastest way to get through all of these. It's always been a highlight of my year, so it was great to be a part of another one. And
eyes emoji.
yeah, yes, eyes emoji, definitely.
Great. Well, thank you so much for commentating and for, finishing out, helping us finish this out. And thank you, Fee, for being here for the entire thing.
Ollie.
I got you. I am nothing if not a trooper.
Cool. All right. Well, there are the racers that are still going. We do have one more racer, Random 64, who's currently offline, so we don't know what the status there is. But if you would like more Super 16 action, you can go to the streams of any of these three runners. And let me see if I actually get their streams in the chat. There you go. So you can watch them finish out their runs there and cheer them on. Thanks everybody for watching. We will see you next year with more Super 16.